Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, how are you?
Hi. Good, thank you.
Good. We ready for this?
Yes.
Yeah, I know it was a lot last evening, so we got to hit the ground running today.
hmm
Do you have any questions? Did you think about anything? Did you have time to think about anything that you might have had some questions?
I was I thought it's the first part, like for the basic, but I guess it's the second. I think I have to reschedule it because I thought this is the first day and it's gonna be first part, but
Oh, you wasn't here yesterday?
no.
Oh, yeah, this is the second part of it.
Can I catch up or should I do the first part?
You can, well, have you ever done taxes before? That's the question.
I mean, yeah, I know this stuff.
Do you have like any, so because yesterday what I did was I went over basically the different forms, the 1040, the different how to the different filing statuses. So,
Mhm.
that was like the gist of it. Like, we just really digged in and went over those documents last evening. So
Mhm.
tonight is basically going into tax layer, which is the software that we use to prepare the taxes for
Mhm.
our taxpayers. And so basically, we're just going to be going through the, the rest of the remaining of the scenarios that makes up um, the whole test for basic. So from 1 to 6, we did last evening. So tonight, we're going to do the last three, 7, 8, and 9. And again, that goes into text layer. So it's really up to you if you want to stay on and, see if you can catch up and then
Yeah,
go
I want to
back
stay. I want to
and
stay.
then just go and just do the basic one with someone else. And then you put it together and then you go past, you can go do the test.
Okay.
So,
Mhm.
hmm hello to the rest of everybody's coming in. Did y'all have any questions or you thought about anything from yesterday and you're like, oh, I have a question? You don't have to. Hi, Mark. How are you this evening? So we have 4 minutes, so I'm just going to be letting people in while we wait. It, it helps if I'm unmuted. Well, good evening. It's 5:01 now. And as yesterday, I'm going to be multitasking until the bulk of everybody gets on. So just bear with me with that if you're waiting. Okay. So again, my name is Michelle Slayton. I am one of the trainers and site managers for the campaign for working families. I've been here for a while, and my tech site is the Center City tech site that I work at. This evening, we're going to do basic scenarios 7 through 9 in your test book. So please make sure that you have um, your booklet open to 6744 as well as the 4012. If you have that, put that on your dashboard so you can have access to that if needed. And also, let me see. I'm sorry for the pause. I need everybody to, if you can, log into TechSlayer Pro. And the password is Train Pro Web. So if you can have that up, because basically the scenarios we want to do today is going to be doing everything directly into text layer in order to get our answers for this evening. And then after that, you should be able to take the test and you should want to pass with 100, like I said, because everybody here is going to get 100 on their test. All right, so just a quick recap of last evening. Yesterday, we went over the 1040, which covers the person's name, how we get the person's name, where we get the person's name from, that we need to take that information from the Social Security card. And everybody needs the Social Security card and valid ID for everyone that's going to be on the return. You don't need valid ID for the children that you're claiming, but you do need that Social Security card, or you do need that Social Security card for their card to actually do their taxes, to claim them. Then we also have the filing status. So we went over that tree yesterday to let us know again about the tree, how to find the filing status, single, married, filing jointly, married, filing separately, head of household, if you're a qualifying survivor spouse. We went through that exercise yesterday several times. We also went over dependents and making sure that we enter the correct information in there, especially their birthdays and birth years for everybody, because that will determine what credits individuals are eligible for. Then from there, we went to look at the incomes, what was taxable income opposed to non-taxable income. Then we looked at the adjustments, things that can adjust your gross income, and it's called adjusted gross income. And that's different things like student loan interest that we looked at. And then from there, we went to standard deductions. So we know that we could find the standard deductions for the filing statuses on the actual 1040, but we also have a chart in our 4012 that has that information as well. Then we come up with the taxable income. Then after you have your taxable income, the machine will give you your tax liability. So based off your tax liability and how many non-refundable credits you have, or you have any additional taxes, and you can get the additional taxes that we talked about from self-employment tax. We talked about additional tax coming from if you take out your any money from your pension under the age of 59 and a half, you'll get that 10% penalty. So you subjected to a 10% penalty depending on the circumstances of that withdrawal. So with that, that too may add to your taxes, and then you get your total tax. So that's the total tax that the person is their tax liability. I like to refer to that. And then based off that, I showed you on the documents on your W-2, on your 1099 and other forms to always look for taxes that the person may have had withdrawn out their pay or their income through that tax year. So with that being said, there's a form on payments. So all the payments, whether they did a quarterly payments, all of that is in one location on a 1040, and that will be deducted from, or the difference between what the person tax liability and what they actually paid will determine if the person has an overpayment, which we refer to as a refund, or they owe the IRS. All right. And I know I left out some different credits. So the additional child tax credit is one that is a credit that's a refundable credit, and also portion of the earned income credit will apply there also. So and that's it in a nutshell, right? We went over that last evening, and then we looked at the schedules that correspond with the 1040, where you can find the same things that I said, the income, the adjustments, the taxes, as well as any additional credits and payments that they have made. So those go hand in hand to make up the 1040. Any questions about that? Any questions? No questions?
No.
Okay, thank you. Somebody. And you don't have, everybody doesn't have to talk to me, but at least somebody, please talk to me so I know that you're there. I know it's a long evening, but there. So I hope everybody got into got into Tax Slayer, because we're going to start going through our scenarios, okay? So like yesterday, can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Can you see?
Yes.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So with that being said, I'm going to ask someone to read the first scenario for us. Anybody?
I can read it.
Thank you.
Basic scenario 7, Paul and Lisa Alexander. Using the tax software, complete the tax return. Oh, do you just want me to read the
Yeah,
interview?
well, yeah. So that's for all of them that you're going to use the tax software after we
Okay.
go through this. But right now, you can just go to the interview notes. Thanks.
Okay. Paul, age 70, and Lisa, age 63, elect to file married filing jointly. Neither taxpayer is blind. Paul is retired. He received Social Security benefits and a pension. Paul and Lisa's daughter, Teresa, age 21, is a full-time college student in her 4th year of study. Teresa is graduating this year with a degree in accounting and does not have a felony drug conviction. She received a Form 1098-T for 2024. Box 7 was not checked on her Form 1098-T for the previous tax year. Teresa spent the summer at home with her parents but lived in an apartment near campus during the school year. Teresa received a scholarship that paid the full tuition. Paul and Lisa paid the cost of course-related books in 2024 not covered by scholarship. They paid $150 for a parking pass, $6,000 for a meal plan, $950 for textbooks purchased at the college bookstore, and $300 for access to an online textbook. Paul and Lisa paid more than half the cost of maintaining a home and support for Teresa. Paul and Lisa do not have enough deductions to itemize on their federal tax return. Paul, Lisa, and Teresa are U.S. citizens and have valid Social Security numbers. They all lived in the United States for the entire year. If Paul and Lisa received a refund, they would like to deposit into their checking account. Documents from Community Bank shows that the routing number is, I'll skip that. Their
Right.
checking account number is, and then
Yeah, those Oldham numbers. Okay, thank you so much. So this, this document covers a lot, right? So we have Paul and Lisa, their ages 70 and 63. So seeing that, you should kind of know from last night when they may be eligible for a higher standard deduction. But we'll figure, we're going to figure that out, right? And then just different things you can pick up. They're not blind, so we know, that's not going to be a factor. One's retired and he receives Social Security. So this is some of their income, right? And the pension. So we know that they should have at least a Social Security form, and they should also have a pension document to give to us. Then we have Lisa's daughter, Teresa. She's a full-time college student in her 4th year. So right now we know that Teresa did not graduate, and she's just in her 4th year of study in her undergrad. So chances are she probably will be eligible for the American Opportunity, or Lisa and Paul will be eligible for that because they are going to claim her. Then they even put in there she does not have a felony drug conviction. And then she also received a form. So we should be looking for that form as well, a 1098-T. So we're going to be looking for that 1098-T form for 2024. So they mentioned that Teresa spent the summer at home with her parents, but lived in an apartment near campus during the school year. The IRS, for someone that is a college student and they live in another state or live somewhere else, but their main address is their home address, they still consider them as living at home with their parents for the whole year. So that's that. So I gave you that one. Teresa received scholarships and paid that paid the full tuition. However, the parents did have some expenses that they paid out of pocket for course-related books that was not covered by that scholarship, and they pay for parking. And last night we learned that parking isn't an expense that we can claim for the American Opportunity, nor can we do the meal plan. So, that's probably a no, but we'll go through that again. And then the $950 for the textbook purchase at the college bookstore, and then $300 for access to the online textbook they paid. All right. They paid more than the cost of maintaining a home for support for Teresa, and they are unable to itemize. So they're not going to do that. And then they have Social Security cards. All of them, they all lived in the United States, and they would like their deposit, if they get one, to be direct deposited. So we're going to go through this today. All right, so this right here are the Social Security cards. All right, so I'm going to go through this document, and then we're going to go backwards. Then I'm going to put my tax layer up, and then we're going to go through it together, okay? How to enter it in. All righty, so this is their forms, there's Social Security. So with that, we just make up numbers for the end. So you use this, the 12700. You want to start for Paul. Then you're just going to put whatever last 4 digits. You could just make it up, all right? And that will be for each individual card. Now, this is the intakes and interview quality review sheet that we went over last night in its entirety. So we're not going to really go through it as thorough as we did last evening, but in the same notion, we're going to go through it this time. So again, we have the information, Paul Lisa's name, he's retired, he put, she's into retail. So we're looking, okay, they didn't say anything about that, but it's possibly she might have a W-2, all right? So these are little things we look for. Your address. So when you get to text layer, you're going to put in your zip code and your state, which is going to populate your city and state. So you're going to put your information for that purpose. And then you're going to make up a phone number. You don't have to put your phone number, but you can make up a phone number for that. And then we just want to look like at everything that's on this document. Did they live or work in 2 or more states? No. They say they was U.S. citizens. So a lot of stuff we already know because it was in the notes. So we're not going to go over it. We know about the direct deposit. They have bank account. That's where they want their money to go into. They do not want any communications from the IRS. They do not want anything about voting. And yes, they do want $3 to go to the presidential election campaign fund. So when we go through this, we have to remember that they did opt for yes for that question. They are married, and that's that information. They was married for all of 2024, and they live with each other. Then they went down to, they didn't answer this question, can anyone claim, but I don't think anybody else can claim them. Then we go to the dependent. So we have Teresa Alexander, her date of birth, their relationship to them, how many months she lived. So see, they still put the 12 because although she might have went to school, she still lived with them, legally lived with them for 12 months. Her marital status, her citizenship, her residency. Is she a full-time? Is she disabled? No. So right here would be the questions that we would ask them. They kind of already told us the answers, but these are the questions that we will follow up with them and say, is she a qualified dependent of anybody else, qualified relative, provide taxes, benefits, head of household. This ain't different, but we will ask those questions, and it is off, so I can't really see the rest of it. Then we go to the second page, and then this is where it asks about the wages. So yes, there is wages for one. And then they have retirement because he said he has retirement, a pension, and they also had a Social Security. They had some interest or dividends that they marked off. And that's about it that they marked off. So we shouldn't see any other documents for them, but maybe not, but we shouldn't see any. All right. And then we will make our notes on the side. All right. So we're not going to do that now because I don't have the capability of doing that. But you would just make your notes after you see the forms. Then the same thing here is more questions. They did not answer any of these. So they didn't check mark any of those. So that's fine. Then we have, did anything happen? You or someone in your family took educational classes. So we know that Teresa's in school, so they have that. So we should see that 1098T. And then they don't have anything else checked on that side. And then they did say, okay, they want to answer the questions for us so they can speak English, they can read the newspaper very well. They do not have any disabilities, or neither was a veteran or in the armed forces. And then this other stuff, they opt out of it, I believe, because I don't see any marks, check marks. And then there were no additional comments on this form. So does anybody have any questions about the actual intake form? Okay. Now, the first document is the W-2. So we have a W-2, and who's the W-2 for? It's for Lisa, right? So this is for Lisa. Again, it has the EIN number. It has the dollar amount in box 1 of her wages. Box 2 has the federal withholding, Social Security, Medicare wages in 3 and 5, and 4 and 5 has the tax withheld from that. Once you put the numbers in the box, TaxSlayer will automatically put information in for 4 and 6 for you. Okay. So if it varies different, you have to go in and actually make the change. Just because TaxSlayer did it, if you know this number may say if this number is different because the person had a difference in their wages because of, say, they in a medical plan with their job, or they in a 403B and it's different, then this should be different to some degree because that was non-taxable. It was going to reduce their wages. However, it's not going to reduce the Social Security or the Medicare wages. So that information goes there. And then we have the retirement. So Lisa was with a retirement plan, so we have to make sure that we mark that box off. And then the box 12A. Any questions about this W-2? All
No.
righty. Yes.
Oh,
Everybody,
I was just
somebody
saying, no.
said no. Thank you, Anthony. So you're going to be my spokesperson. You're going to help me make me feel like I'm not by myself this evening. All righty. So now we have the 1099-R. So we had a 1099-R, and the same thing, the information is in here. It's a 7. Why is it a 7? Do anybody remember why this is a 7? Distribution code. And this is for Paul.
401k?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Is it a 401k?
Well, it is a pension. So it's some type of pension. However, okay, I got some people in chat. Let me see. Tonight is this what you call them? Does Lisa work? Yes, Lisa works. It says, yes, yep, Lisa works. He is of age, right? So he is of age. So this is a normal distribution. So this 7 represents a normal distribution, meaning that the person is just they have to pay tax on it, just the regular tax on it. They will not get a penalty because they receive this money, because this is a normal distribution and he's of age. So this is why it's a 7. All right, so we will enter this information in tax slayer the same way. Now, they also said that he received Social Security. So this is for Paul. All right, so this is Social Security benefits for Paul. So again, we're going to take the information out of box 5 when we get into tax layer. And then the Medicare Part B, we're going to take the information from here. He did not have any federal withholdings from his 1099 SSA form. So that's just going to remain 0. All right. But we always just get in the habit to always check these boxes to make sure that we're not overlooking any tax withholdings as well, or any type of income. And then they said they had some dividends. So this is again the same thing. Ordinary dividends, we're going to put this information in. They did have some tax withheld, and this also is for Paul. All right. So again, we're going to go through. Then we have Teresa's tuition statement, which is the 1098T. All right. So we know she's a full-time student because they told us. So I don't know why this is not checked, but this normally is checked. Box number 8 will have a check mark in it, letting us know that this person was at least a half-time student. Okay. So, but they said in the notes that she was a full-time student. So we know this is, it's not here, but she's eligible for the American Opportunity Program. Then we have the payment. So you see where it says that her payments received for qualified and related expenses was $10,000. Her scholarships was $10,000. So that kind of like washed that out. But you're going to see how we're going to enter this in with the others expenses her parents paid for her that year. And this is an itemized receipt for the school. So this is where it shows the online text for 300, where they received the meal plan, which we said we know that doesn't qualify for that. And then these 3 textbooks for $950 is over here. And then the parking sticker, which is not included, but however, it's documented. But just because it's documented, if it doesn't, if it's not valid, we don't use it. We just use the documents and the numbers that are eligible for those credits. All right, so this right here is just talking about due diligence, that we make sure that when when preparing a quality review in the tax return, ensure that the information on the return is correct and complete. Doing your part includes confirming taxpayer and or spouse, if married, filing jointly, identity, and providing top quality service by helping them understand and meet their tax responsibilities. All right. So again, we rely on good faith on their information. We just assuming that everybody that comes in there, they are telling us the truth. And again, when you have a conversation, you feel as though that they are not being, honest with us, and you start feeling a little maybe uncomfortable, just go to your site manager and just let them know your feelings, okay? And they'll be able to take it from there. All righty. So this is going over the review. So as a designated review, basically at each site, we have different review methods. So after everybody, including myself, we complete a return, someone else will review it. And we call them quality reviewers. And again, with a quality reviewer, the site manager will identify who is a quality reviewer for each site. So you're just not going to go to somebody and be like, hey, can you just quality review this? You're not doing anything. No, it's going to go to a specific person. So make sure you look for that. And then during the quality review, we're looking at everything. So we're going to make sure that the names are correct, that that the person who did it is basic. So if it's a basic return, we want to make sure that you were a basic preparer. We're going to look at their IDs. We're going to look at all their tax information. Maybe ask them some questions if we have some, questions. Something might be a red flag that you may didn't see. So all of that goes into making sure that we do a quality return for our taxpayers. Now we're going to make sure that we enter everything. And people transpose numbers sometimes. And then, again, or may miss a number in a account like an account information. So just, be as careful as you can. We're not going for speed, okay? We will like it if you can do data entry, but we're going for accuracy. All right, good. Tax returns. That's what that's our goal, is to make sure we do that. So I have some questions for you, like from last night, and then we're going to go into the thing. So what is the filing status for those two? You can put it in the
Married,
comments,
filing
or you
jointly.
can shout it out. What'd you say?
Married filing jointly.
That's correct. How much is their deduction?
$29,200.
Is it 29,000? Why is it 29,200?
Let me recheck that.
It's a little more because he's 70. I don't have the numbers in front of me.
Exactly. So I know I'm looking for mines now. I'm like, I need the original. I need last night notes. So he is over. So let me see. So you go through it. So did anybody find out what it may be? Does anybody have access to their book?
It's on page F3, right? For the deductions.
It
I
should
think
be.
it's 30,750.
Let me see. Yeah, I'm gonna start.
Right, because neither of them are blind, and one of them was born before January 2nd, 1960.
So that's what y'all came up with. And where can we find it at? Somebody said it.
It's on F4 into 4012.
If I drag this over. So it's married filing jointly, and it's a number one because you look at the one. So the person was born before 1960, so you have one in there. So you go to their filing status and you look at number one, and it's what, 30,750. So yes, that's their filing status. So that's how we find that out. Thank you very much. All righty. And then what kind of taxable income do they have? That's correct. Yes. 30,750. So what type of taxable income do they have? They have wages, right? Because of the wife, Lisa. She worked. His retirement income, Social Security, and they have dividends. All right. Then we go back to see what's their qualified dividend. Let's see. Put this stuff on the actual. You're gonna hear pages tonight because it's like either go back through the screen to try to get it, or the qualified dividends is 2,600. So that's on the second part of it. And then what credits are they eligible for? Earned income credit? Think they're eligible for the earned income credit? Yes, somebody said yes. Why do you think they're eligible for the earned income credit? Remember when we looked at the earned income credit and it was an age? You have to be between 25 and 64. The dividends, qualified dividends, because they have a dividend statement. So we went over the dividend statement, and that was the qualified portion of their dividend statement, was 2,600. But do we recall that in doing an earned income credit, that you have to be an age, it has an age requirement. So he's 70. So because he's 70, if one person is whoever's the oldest person, that's what they go for. So just how they gave them the extra dollars for him being 70, they're not going to give you the extra dollars, then say, oh, well, Lisa's 63, so we're going to give her the earned income credit. No, it's one or the other. So they will take that. So they're not eligible for that. Are they eligible for the child tax credit?
No.
No.
Right, because she's what? 21, right? And she would have to have been 17 on it December the 31st. Are they eligible for the other dependent credit?
Yes.
Yes. And then how about the education credit? Probably, yes. Somebody put yes, okay. So then how is the qualified education expenses determined?
Looks like it's just going to be the books, right?
So,
Okay.
right, so what did they say? So they said they paid 150 for parking, so we know that's not included. Then they said the $6,000 for a meal plan, which we know is not included. So we had the 950 for the textbooks purchase and then the 300 online purchase. So basically that's that. So that's what's going to really make up their that's how they're going to determine what their qualified education expenses are. And how to determine federal withholdings. So what did I say about that? How to determine federal withholdings? Okay. With that, what we say, make sure you check every document to make sure that we include their federal withholdings. It's going to be on each document, and we want to make sure that is on W-2. We check the 1099-R. We want to check the Social Security. And then I think they even had for the dividends, they had some taxes withheld. So each document we're going to look at to make sure that we are capturing their federal withholdings. Okay.
I had one other question. Because their daughter is too old, like that also reduces the income for their earned income credit, right? So like even if they were within the age, their income limit would be lower, right? Because they don't have a qualifying child, she's a qualifying relative.
Well, it wouldn't be that. So basically it determines like how much your income is with the is a percentage. So it's like a bell curve. So
Right, but like so even if he was like under 70, because like at least their daughter is like 21 and not like 13, like they'd have a lower income threshold anyway, because technically they don't have like a child.
But she will be a
Right.
dependent though. She's a no, she's a
But
dependent.
doesn't,
So it doesn't
but I
matter.
thought it, but I
It
thought you
did.
had to
That
have a
part does-
child for the earned income credit to count.
No,
Isn't she too
no.
old for that to count? Oh, okay.
No, because she still remember that rule. If the person is
Oh, it's any,
24 and
okay.
under, they're still the
Oh, it's
child.
for 24. Okay. Gotcha.
Right.
I'm confusing myself. Thank you.
There's a lot to think it.
I'm
It's
glad I
so much.
asked.
They are so qualified education expenses are basically, we went through a chart last night, and it basically is the tuition, the books, and sometimes like if say they have to have like a laptop for their class, they may allow that, but it's basically the books and any tools that they need for that particular course at that time. So that's how that's determined. So if you go back, is they just have, there's a few items that determines what is qualified education expenses. And if I go back, I'll let you know where you could find that. But everything can be found. Actually, I do have my 4012 open. So I'll stroll through and try to find where that's at, and then I'll let you know where you can go. Okay, so somebody did answer yours, said expenses for course related books. So right, because before it used to be like you had to pay it directly to the school, but you can do like a second party for the books now, as long as you have your receipt. And then okay, so somebody said that they confused about the deduction, how it's 30,000. Okay. All right, so let me, I was just on that page. F, 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 F. All right, give me a second so I can pull this up and try to swing it over without destroying my.
The chart can be found on F4.
F4, right? Yeah, I got there. I was just on it, but then I was going to something else. So
Yeah. Well, someone asked in the chat. I was just throwing it out there.
thank you. That's right. Help me out. So can you see this for the person who asked that question? Can everybody see the new, what I just put up? The standard deduction?
Yeah.
Anybody?
Yep.
Okay. So this is the box you use. So if you look at this box right here, it tells you the standard deductions. This is on F3 of the 4012. So it tells you single, their deduction, married filing jointly, qualifying survivor, the deduction amount, head of household, the deduction. So right here it says standard deduction chart for most people, then it has this asterisk. So the asterisk is basically, don't use this chart, meaning the chart that's up here. If the taxpayer was born before January 2nd, 1960, or is blind, or if somebody can claim them. So in this case, if we look on here, Paul was born 9/15/1954. So he was born before 1960. So now we have to go to the second chart, right? And so this particular chart states that it has 4 boxes. So you're going to check, right? So you were born before January 2nd, 1960. He was. So we want to check that box. And then his spouse was not, and neither are blind. So that's 1 box check. So we're going to come in here and we're going to enter the number 1, right? So now we have the number 1 right there. So we're going to go down to their filing status, and their filing status is married filing jointly. So you go married filing jointly, and then you look for the number 1, and then you come over, and that will give you their standard deduction for them, which is $30,750. So just say they was married filing jointly, and they both were born before 1960. Then we put a 2 there. Then we will look for the number 2. and then go over, and what's on that line is 32,300. So that's how that is determined. All right. So back to this. So now we have some questions, right? What's their standard deduction? Paul and Lisa total qualified expenses, education. Paul and Lisa can claim other dependent. What's the total amount of federal withholdings? What's the taxable amount of Paul's Social Security? And then which is the following statement is true. All right. So this is where we're going to have to go into tax layer. All right. So this is going into tax layer. Talking about Lincoln Learn. All right. So I gotta. So you're going to Lincoln Learn. So you're going to the practice lab. I'm sorry. And that is Train Pro Web is the password. And you sign in, and then you go to the practice lab. So how many people are able to go into the practice lab at this time?
I'm able to use it.
You able to use it? Just let me know. So I just want to make sure. Okay, good. So if you're in the practice lab, it's going to come up, and this is mimicking exactly how TaxSlayer is going to look. It's just
Sorry,
when
what's the password again? It kicked me out. I was yeah, thank you.
Train Pro Web, all capital.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So you're going to go in. Now, I'm going to show you two ways to do how to go into a return, how to get documentation rather. All right, so you go in and you want to say start new return. So you're going to select start new return. So now we're going to have these social security numbers that which we said that again, we're going to start with Paul 127, then it's the 00. So since I already had to do these for my training, I don't remember what number I used. So I'm going to try to use, and hopefully I remember. So you're going to put the social number and then you're going to say start the return.
What were the last four numbers for the
You
social?
make it up. Whatever
Oh, you
four,
make it up?
whatever four numbers you want. Okay. So then you want to get to this part. So right now, we can select it because we already determined it, or you can use the filing status wizard, which states, and again, the first time I'm gonna go through it a little thorough, so this way you can get accustomed to certain tools, and then you can decide however you want to do it to make it most comfortable for you, as long as you capture all of the information for that tax return. So then you want to say, first were considered married. So they said yes. Were you a U.S. citizen or resident alien on December the 31st? Yes. Did you and your spouse live? Did your spouse live with you at any point during the last 6 months of the year? Yes. And then it says, based on your answers, you can elect to file as married filing jointly or married filing separately. In most cases, you will receive the best tax benefit by filing married filing jointly. And then you say finish. right? So that's the wizard to help you determine. And then we know that they want to file married filing jointly. So we're going to do that. Then you're going to go taxpayer. So now we put in their personal information. So just go to the intake form that's in your book. And I'm sorry that I can't have it up for people because I only have one screen. So I only could do this. So we're going to put in the person's information. So we like at Center City to just put it on the caps lock. So this way everything is capped and we don't have to worry about it. So we want to start typing information in. So we have the primary taxpayer, which is Paul. So his first name is Paul. And then his last name is Alexander. And he was born 9/15/1954. And his occupation is not 3,000. His occupation is retired. All right. And so then I'm going to go through these one time. And then if you need to go through them, but you should look at everything you possibly can in this first one so you can get familiar with what questions are being asked in TaxSlayer. So it says taxpayer can be claimed as a dependent on someone else's return. No. Taxpayer was over the age 18 and a full-time student at an eligible educational institution. Taxpayer is blind. Taxpayer is deceased. Taxpayer wishes to contribute $3 to the presidential election campaign fund. Is that true?
True.
Yeah.
So we want to select that. Taxpayer or spouse served in a compact zone during the current tax year. Taxpayer or spouse was affected by natural disaster. That's not true. Taxpayer received, sold, or disposed of digital assets. No, it doesn't apply. Taxpayer prefers to receive written communication from the IRS other than English. That wasn't selected. Taxpayer prefers to receive written communication from the IRS in an accessible format, and then taxpayer is treated as a non-resident alien or dual status alien spouse as the U.S. resident for the entire year. So those questions that we did see on the intake form, this is where the information is going to go for some of them. Okay. So those questions you like, oh, the random question about the presidential election, that's where that goes. All right. So you want to fill it out accordingly. So now we're down with the spouse, and her name is Lisa. All righty. So Lisa's social is the 128. Just so I won't have something that says that I did it already. And then her birth date for Lisa is March the 30th, 1961. And what is her occupation? It says retail. So we put that there. All right. So the same questions that I just read for the taxpayer is the same questions for the spouse. So when they answered the question, they both said that they wanted it, right? So we're going to say spouse wishes to contribute $3. All right. And then we're going to put their address. So their address starts with 410 Broadway. Okay. And then we want to go down. Like I said, you put in your zip code, is going to give the state and city. Then you come in and then you put in a phone number. And when you see the red asterisk, you need that information. Secondary telephone number, you don't need, and either the client email. But again, we ask you if you're able to get that information, and please provide that information. So now we're going to say continue. So it's going to say Pennsylvania return because we put a Pennsylvania address. So right now, you want to put the school district. Majority, if you live in Philadelphia or you're doing taxes in the Philadelphia area, is going to be Philadelphia City. And you're going to select that. And as you can see, retire in the retail for their occupation came over as well. Then you go to the next one, and they're asking about dependents here, okay? So if they didn't have any dependents, you say no. But in this case, they do, right? They have Teresa. So we're going to say yes. And then we're going to say continue. And then we're going to put Teresa's name there. And she was born on May the 8th, 2003. And then they gave us Social Security. Her starts with 1912900. All right, so that's for her. Now, this says, now this area can be really sensitive, so you want to make sure that we don't linger on certain boxes too long because it may check for you. So it said, check if the dependent does not have a Social Security number, ITIN, or ATNI. So she does, right? So we don't have to check that. And then it says, was the individual a U.S. citizen, U.S. national, or U.S. resident alien? If they were not, you can claim the child tax credit or the credit for other dependents for this person. So was the individual United States citizen? Yes. Okay. And what was their relationship? So the relationship was that daughter, right? Daughter. I have to admit some people into the, let me admit. All right. So was their daughter. And we say that she lived with them all year. So that's 12 months, right? Now we're going to go and check all that apply for her. So this person was over the age 18, which we know she was, and a full-time student at an eligible educational institution. So we want to say, check that. All right. Then it says, check if the person was disabled. She wasn't disabled. Check if this qualifying child is not your dependent. Well, we know that's not the case. Check if you wish to not claim this dependent for the earned income purpose. Well, we know that's not the case. Check if this dependent is married. That's not the case. This individual made over $5,050 of income. They didn't say anything about her income, so we're going to assume that that does not apply. And this dependent qualifies for multiple support declaration. That doesn't apply. So right now, this is what we have for Teresa. Then we're going to say continue. And then the information comes up. If it looks good, we say continue. All right. So we do not have any other certificates or death certificates or hospital medical records that we're going to review. So we're going to say continue, and we normally don't review those documents in there. And they did not say anything about an IRS identity protection pin. So if they did, we will select there and put the information in there. If not, I mean, I can go in it real quick, and it says Paul, Lisa, or Teresa. So there's a number, I think it's 6 digits, that's on the paper that they will bring from the IRS, and you will put it in the respective box. Or if all 3 of them have it, then you'll put it in all 3. But in this case, we don't have it, but that's where you will put the pin at. All right, so I'm just going to cancel that out. And now this takes us to income. So when we go to the income section, we know that the individual has W-2, a 1099, or an SSA, and a dividend statement. So you can select each one. Go, like I can just say begin, right? And we go begin, and then again, they're going to ask you who is this form for, and you select taxpayer or spouse. We know that Lisa was the one that was working, so she's the one that has the W-2, so we would select spouse, and then we will add the information in, right? I'm going to come back to that in 1 second, but that. Or you can go to It's not working. Or they name, maybe I missed my opportunity. Let me see. It should let me do it. All right, maybe I have to be. Let me see if I go back to basic. All right, so for one reason, it seems like it's skipping it, but it's a way that you can go to the person and then you can select all the forms you want, and then it'll just give you those forms. So today we're going to have to go the old-fashioned way. So, did Lisa have a W-2?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to look for her W-2, and we're going to start putting that information in. So you're going to say begin. So we know it's for Lisa, so we're going to put the spouse, right? And once we do that, her name automatically comes, her address comes up. We're concerned about what? B, the employee ID number. So we're going to take that right off their box B. So you're going to put 25-7 and then just in 6 numbers. Just put in any 6 numbers. And you see that it populated for fashionista. So that's that. So this is when you would check the information, but you know she doesn't, check the information for that. Then you look at here and check her address. So you see it came up 410 Broadway Drive. So we don't have to do any changes to that. All right. Now you go to box 1 where it says wages, tips, and other compensation. And you're going to put that information in. Whole numbers, you don't have to put any commas or decimals. We're just going to put whole numbers in. And you see how it auto-populates. So when you put this in, it auto-populates. So now you want to check number 3 and 4, 3 and 5 to make sure that that information is correct on your W-2. And you're going to go over here 4 and 6 to make sure that it came over. So you see that it came over 362.5. So that's going to change to 363 eventually. And then we want to go back in box 2 and what we put in box 2. The federal withholding, which is $2,500. So we're going to put that in. So box number 7 is empty. Box number 8 is empty. Box number 9 is empty. Box number 10 is empty. Box number 11 is empty. But box number 12 is not. So we want to drop down and select the appropriate code. And this one is DD. And we're going to put the amount, which is $2,500. All right. And then box number 13, which we went over yesterday, this says the retirement plan or third party. This person has a retirement plan. So we're going to put that in there as well. There's no additional information in box 12, so we don't have to worry about that. There's no information in box 14, so we do not have to worry about that on this particular return, okay? And then we go down to the state. So YS is your state, so we're going to put Pennsylvania. If you're in Pennsylvania, if you're in another state, you're going to put your state. So you're just going to put that there. And then the wages automatically come over. Again, you need to check to make sure because sometimes the state wages might be higher than the federal wages, depending if the person had some taxable, some deductions taken out that reduces their taxable income during the year for their federal. Then you go in and put in, they don't have any state, make sure the ID is in there. So they got 25,700. So put that in there, and then you will put in the state income tax. You will put that in, any local wages, local income tax, and locality names. So you're going to complete the form based on what is on the document that we're looking at. So right now, again, so is this basically, does this mimic what we have in our hands or in the book? For the most part, it does, right?
Yes.
Thank you. And then you want to say continue. So what I do when I'm doing it, this is just me. I have a pen or something, I do a little check mark. Just to know that I already entered this document into the file. That's just me. It's not mandatory, but that's what I do. So we do that. So that's that. So what's the next form? So we're going to say continue. So we don't have any more W-2s. So what's the next form we have?
1099-R.
Yes. So we're going to look at the 1099-R. And that's under this box right here. Distribution from pension, annuities, retirement, IRA, Social Security. So we're going to go over here and then we're going to say begin. So we want the 1099-R. Let me see. Is this the right one? No. Bad. Cancel. We want the 1099-R. Okay. So that's the first one. So again, what's that question when it's married filing jointly? What's the question is always we have to answer. Who form is this? Okay. So who form is this?
The taxpayer.
The taxpayer. Okay, so Paul is no longer Paul. Paul is the taxpayer. All right. So we're going to put the payer's ID in there. And then gives the Live Well Incorporated. And we put that in there. Phone is optional. We don't have to do that. Recipient 410 is his address. Then we come back to this side and we're going to put in the gross distribution, which is 19,000. Okay. So that's 19,000. So a basic certification can do this because why? What did I tell you last night? The reason why a basic certification can do this 1099-R.
Because the amount is specified.
The taxable amount is specified. Exactly. If this was empty, then it will be automatically advance return. All righty. So we don't have to do anything with this. So is the 2B, is anything, nothing is selected, so we can leave that. Capital gain is empty. Is there federal withholding? Yes. Of $1,900 is federal income tax withheld. Number 5 is blank. 6 is blank. Number 7, that distribution code, it is imperative that you put the correct distribution code. And if this box IRA was selected, you need to select that box as well. But in this case, it was not selected. And then there's nothing else on this form to complete. All right. So we say continue. Then they're going to ask a question. Did you make an early withdrawal from the retirement account due to a qualified disaster? So we know this person didn't make an early withdrawal because what? This is number 7. They was already at the age, so it wasn't an early withdrawal for them. So I'm going to say no. And then continue. And that's that document. And then right here on the side where you see on the right-hand side, this will is going, this is always going to give you the tally of what's going on with them, okay? So make sure if you're with someone and if you don't want them, because they're going to look at the screen and this is going to go up and down. You want to see this fluctuate. It's going to go up, then go down, up and down based off the documents, the income, the taxes that you put into the system. So this is going to go up and down, up and down. So if you don't want them to have a heart attack, I would just collapse that so this way they can't see it and then you could bring it out. But for this purpose, we can leave it out. So that's just another tip. So what other document that they have that covers under the IRA pension distribution?
Social Security.
Yes. So next we're going to go Social Security, say begin. So this form is basically set up in a way where it just says taxpayer, generally box 5, their federal withholdings, their Medicare premium payments, and then it goes right to the wife or the spouse. Doesn't have to be the wife, the spouse. The same format for them. Okay. So in this case, Social Security was what? $15,500.
That's right.
Okay. Were there any federal withholdings?
No.
So you didn't have any federal withholding? I think this is where, because it gets kind of mixed up on here.
Yeah, in box 6 it says no voluntary federal income tax withholding. So it doesn't specify.
So it says voluntary withholding, so it didn't say anything in box number 6, but sometimes, and all like all we have issues with TaxSlayer and what the IRS put in for their sample test, right? So let me look at this. So it says 0. But it may be 1,200. And I'm gonna have to figure it out because mine had 1,200, then it has 0 on there. I got the question right on my test, but I know I used the 1,200. So right now, let's just use for no withholdings because they said, but I really believe it's 1,200. But I will not let y'all get this wrong on the test, okay? And then the taxpayer Medicare premium is $2,096. So that goes there. Anything else that we need to do on this particular tab for income purposes? Yes or no? Anybody say no? Right. Thank you. All right. So we're going to say continue. So the next thing is the dividends. So now we're going to go to the Schedule B, Forms 1099, interest, dividends, and OID. Okay. So we're going to go over there and we're going to say begin. And then this is the interest or dividend income. So we're going to say begin. So right now we have the different forms. So you may have a 1099 interest form. So you would select that original issue discount form, 1099 OID. That's out of our scope. We don't do those. And then dividend income for 1099 dividends, you select that one for us. Okay. So that's the one we're going to select this evening. And then the payer's name is bulk. No. What's on? Oh, the 2096. So I got the 2096. So if you look on the Social Security form, the Social Security form, the Social Security, the 1099 SSA form, on the left-hand side in the box is not a number box, but it has description of amount in box 3, paid by check or direct deposited, $13,404. Then it says Medicare Part B premiums deducted from your benefits is $2,096. That's where you get that information from. So you're welcome. So this one is the dividends. And it's Community Bank. So I'm just going to select Community Bank. And then we're going to put in the 10 is 384 1 2 3 4 5 6. And it's 99 states and then an address. All righty. Okay, then select the state for me. You're gonna put that information in. Why is it not the state? That is the state. All righty. So taxpayer, spouse, or joint. So what does this say? What name is on here? Paul, the taxpayer. So this is not a joint one. It will let you know if it was joint. So it says taxpayer. So now we're going to look at the 1A. All righty. So let me finish this and then I'll go back and show you how to get the form. Then I'll come back to this form. So here we have the taxpayer. Taxpayer. Then it says line 1, box 1A. Ordinary dividend is 2,600. And then they said the qualified dividend is 2,600. And then if you go down all these different sections, you see they're empty until you get to box number 4, which has federal income tax withheld of $260. And then that's the only thing that's left on the form. Everything else is blank. Say continue, continue, continue. So for the person who asked that question, in the income, list of income, you want to see where it says Schedule B, forms 1099, interest, dividends, or OID. You want to go in and you want to select begin. Then it says interest or dividend income. You want to go and say begin, which mine's going to say add, and then you're going to select. So I'm going to take it out, but this is how it's going to look when you go in. And then you're going to say, is it an interest form? Does it say 1099 interest? No, we're looking for the 1099 dividends. And then each form has the same numbers on it. Then you're going to select that form and say continue. And then that's how you'll get to this form to complete it. So that's the 1099 dividends that you complete. All right. So that's that one. So we say continue. Continue. All right. So is there any more income that we need to put in for the Alexanders?
No.
Okay. All right. So we can continue, right? So now we have this section called deductions. So in your deductions, you want to find the adjustments. And when you find the adjustments, it could cover the educator expenses, which we talked about, medical savings account, student loan interest. So I'm just going to open it up, even though we're not dealing with this one right now, but just so you can look at it and just see, get an idea what it looks like. Because you're going to need this when you take your advanced class. All right, so this is the different things, the educator expenses. And so you just go in and then the limit is 300. You put it in. If it's for the taxpayer or the spouse, we know that doesn't apply to this particular scenario, but I'm just letting you see it. That's one. And then it's another one. HSA, moving expenses, alimony pay, other adjustments like jury duty, personal property, rental expense, student loan interest. That's one that you won't probably see. And then it's just the total interest paid on a qualified student loan. Student loans is plural. So that's where you're going to find that information at. All right. But then we have standard deduction, then itemized deduction. So that's for advance. I'm not going to go into advance. But then the one we're looking for is credit, because we're looking for what? Education credit, right? But this also is for child and dependent care credit, education credit, mortgage interest, et cetera, et cetera. So we're going to look here, credits, and we're going to go say begin. So what credit are we looking for? We're looking for the education credit, right? So we have a form that was reported on a form 1098T. So we're going to go right there. So now they're going to ask you, which student do you wish to use this education credit on, right? So, Teresa, that's who we like to see who's eligible. So we say continue. So, did the student receive a 1098 educational? Yes. Put that there. Did the student receive a 1098 from the institution 2023 with box 7 checked? Well, we don't have that information in front of us, so we normally answer that question no. If you had the answer in front of you, then you can answer accordingly. But right now, we do not have that in front of us. So now they ask them for the institution name. So what's the name? Is Baldwin University. Then the United States. And the address is 3700 Baldwin. And then they ask for the employer ID number. Say continue. So, and when we look at this, we know that the tuition paid was $10,000, right? Because it says that on the 1098T in box 1. So we're going to put 10,000. All right. So now we're going to look for the grants and scholarships, where we find that in box number 5 on the 1098T, and that also says $10,000. Now we have some other qualified expenses. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Somebody just talk to me, just one person. Make me feel like I'm not in this room all by myself. So what did we say was the amount of those? Okay. What was the amount of those other credits, of the other ones? So we had what? We had textbooks for $300, right? Online textbook. And then we had what? The 3 textbooks for $950. So we said that the parking sticker is a no. And we also said that the meal plan is a no. It's not a qualifying expense, right? So did you get $1,250? Okay, somebody did. So we're looking at scenario number 7. So we
Wait,
have,
sorry, I have a question. Could you explain like why, like again, why the meal plan isn't a qualified expense for the parking sticker?
because the only thing that for this credit is for anything that is the tuition. So meal plan is not for the tuition. So it's tuition, that the reason why you go into the school, you have to pay, and then any type of books that, or any type of items that you need to complete your course. Food is not one of them, for a lack of better. And then they have a detail list, but meal plan is not included, is not considered. And somebody did give us a detail on this. They took it out for us.
Yeah, someone posted it in the chat. The
Yeah,
list.
someone posted in the chat, like since I couldn't get back to it quick enough. But the things that were right. So the following expenses do not qualify for the opportunity credit, room and board, transportation, insurance, and medical expenses, student fees, unless required a condition of enrollment or attendance. Same expenses paid with tax-free educational assistance. Same expenses used for any other tax deduction. So you cannot use those things. And the things that are is course-related books, supplies, and equipment that are not necessarily paid to the educational institution, but are needed for attendance. So I hope that helped your answer,
Yeah, thank
your
you.
question. You're welcome. So again, so is it $1,250? So it's $1,250. That's the other qualifying expenses. So we say continue. Continue. Now we have some questions that we have to ask. So has the American Opportunity Tax Credit or the former HOOP credit already been claimed on 4 prior tax returns? So in this case, no, because we know this is her 4th year. 24 was her 4th year. So was the student enrolled at least half-time for at least one academic period beginning in 2024 or the first 3 months of 2025 if paid in 2024? So the student was, even though that box was not checked, but because they did tell us in the notes that she was a full-time student. So she was at least a half-time student if she was a full-time student. Did the student complete the first 4 years of higher education before 2024? No, they did not. And did the student have a felony drug conviction before the end of 2024? No, they did not. All right. So we say continue. So now this is like, this came about, I think last year. I think this is the 2nd year that the tax layer does this for us. So now it's like, wow, we recommend the American Opportunity Credit, right? So yeah, that's what I would say too. We want to take that. So this is the American Opportunity Credit, and this is decreases the amount I owe by $1,250. And that's what we're going to go with. And we're going to say continue is checked. So we're going to say continue, and this will populate on the appropriate papers. It will the schedule. Then I'm going to say schedule 3 as well as the 1040. So then we'll say continue. So did we have any other credits for the Alexander? Okay. I have 3 new messages. Let me see what the messages say. Yes. All right. So somebody did help me out. Thank you for responding to that person about where did I get the $1,250 from. So in the notes, it says, if you look on scenario 7, which is starts on page 37 in the test booklet, it says in the notes that the person, some parents paid for the following. They paid for $150 for a parking pass, $600 for a meal plan, $950 for textbooks purchased at the college bookstore, and $300 for access to an online textbook. So we all basically repeat myself, but I just want you to get it. The $150 for parking pass is not included as an expense. Neither is this meal plan for $6,000. So therefore, that leaves what is eligible for the expense is the textbooks purchase at the college bookstore as well as the online book. So the $950 plus the $300 equals $1,250. So that's where we get that from. All righty. So now it's going to be the big reveal. So we're going to go through some more pages. All right, so we don't have really any more information to enter. So we don't have no more tax forms to enter. So we're going to go, and then we have no more. So this is a cool tool. Like if someone says, oh, last year I got XYZ or something like that, or you want to do your deductions, compare it to standard deductions, you can use that too. There's nothing to compare to for this case. But say if you had somebody has some mortgage interest, some other taxes, different things like that, you can use that. So this is called other tax tab. And then this is for people that self-employment, we probably would use it. Tax on early distribution, which again, that's if somebody has a number 1 on their 1099-R. We have to use the form 5329 to justify it. What other? Some people are still, they should be almost finished, but the first time home buyer credit, that information goes into that particular section right there. And that's after all, I mean, you can go through this, but on your at leisure, but that's basically what will come through the tax sites for that. Payments, so if anybody did any payments, let me see. It will come on this tab. So that's for the extension. No. So say somebody made some estimated payments. They said, oh, I paid them each quarter. You will go into there and then you will put the dollar amount, the date for this one, then how much it was for that. And that will come over. All right, what else? Miscellaneous information. So if we have to do an explanation, you could put notes there. Injured spouse. Sometimes individuals come in and they may say, well, I don't want to file with my spouse because they have some liens out there. Maybe they owe child support or student loan interest or something else, and whatever refund they will get will automatically be taken. So the person was like, no, I don't want to file with my mate because of those reasons. We can file an injured spouse report or innocent spouse release to try to relieve them. So it will separate basically what is that person, what each individual brought to the table to make up the return. So basic, that's what it would do. The IPIN information, go there. Let me see. And the state, at this time, we can't make any state corrections, so we just want to continue. And so it said we forgot the health insurance. Now, I didn't see that health insurance, so it say fix this. So let's go back there. So the health insurance. So this is another question that has to be asked before you can complete it. So if the person does not have a 1095-A and they say they were not participating in the Affordable Care Act, we're going to say no. And then that's it. That's it for that question. So they did not indicate in the notes that the Alexander participated in the Affordable Care Act. So now we again back to Pennsylvania. So now it's calculating our return. And voila, this is the 1040. So this is the information that we enter into the system. Okay, so this is the information that we entered into the system. All right. So you see their names, Paul and Lisa Alexander. And another thing I want to just mention since I'm on the names, is everything last name is always going to default to the taxpayer. So there may be some cases where the spouse may have a different last name or the children may have a different last name of the taxpayer. Make sure that we pay attention and put the correct information where it belongs to each person. All right. Here we go. So this is Paul and Lisa. That's their information. That's their socials. This is their address. They both wanted the presidential election campaign, so you can see where that's captured on the 1040. So it's right there. Their filing status, married, filing jointly. Then we come down to their child. So here we have the dependent, Teresa, and you can see right here where it says credits for other dependents, age 21. She qualifies for that. So that's selected for us. Then we have the total wages, which we came from the W-2, which was the 25,000. We did not have any other income until we get down to the dividends. So right now, household income, tip income, Medicaid waiver payment, taxable dependent care, employer provided adoption. A lot of this stuff is we don't do or see at our site, but basically other earned income. You may see there. So again, all that information we capture in this section. Then we come down to all the lines for income, right? That particular income. And then we have the dividends. So qualified dividends and ordinary dividends. So they were the same. So this comes over here. They didn't have an IRA distribution, pension annuities. But we did have the 1099-R. So that's the 19,000 right there. And then Social Security benefit was 15,500. A portion of their Social Security benefit is now taxable because they have other income. All right. So although he received 15,500, the taxable portion of it is $13,175. Woo, I do know how to read and I do my numbers. 13,175. All right, so that's the taxable amount of their Social Security benefit. All right, now pay attention because this may be a question. So that's the taxable portion of there. Then we come down to their total income. So their total income is $59,775. They didn't have any adjustments to their income, so that just the AGI is still $59,775. Then we have the standard deduction or itemized deduction. So right now we're taking a standard deduction of $30,750. So we want to minus that out to get their taxable income. Their taxable income now is $29,025. All right. So this is what they're going to be taxed on. They're going to be taxed on $29,025. Any questions about the first page of the 1040? All righty. So I'm going to go to the second page. Now, the second page is the tax. So how much tax should they have paid? So they should have paid $2,707 in taxes. All right, so to add these two lines together, so they didn't have any amounts on their Schedule 2, line 3, so we just come down and still $2,707. So now we had a child tax credit or the other dependent credit, in this case, of $500. And then they have the $750 amounts. Okay, so that's 750. I don't know why this thing looks crazy. 750. And then they have, add those two together and you minus it out, you have $1,457 of their new tax liability. Okay. Then you come over to their W-2. So how much money did they have deducted, withheld from their W-2? $2,500 from their 1099s. Yes. So it was two dependents, it would be 1,000. If they had two other dependents, that would have been 1,000. But they had the one, so that's why it's 500. The Form 1099 had $2,160 So their total withholding was $4,660. Then they received an additional American Opportunity Credit. So they received a refundable portion of the American Opportunity Credit for $500. So now their total overpayment is $5,160. So they take the 460, 500 minus out the 1457, and you get the overpayment of $3,703 is what they will receive. Any questions?
No.
Okay. So we want to look at, so Schedule 3 didn't have anything. Schedule 1 did not have anything on there. Schedule 2 did not have anything on there, but their Schedule 3 had their, so it's not lined up. However, this $750 is part of the non-refundable education credit that came from the 8863. All right, so that's the $750 right there. So that's the non-refundable portion of it. I don't know why this is not lined up, but that normally happens during this portion of it. So that is it. So you had that information and you put it in to the system, and this is the end result. Was that easy? Was that simple? Okay. Now, there's some other stuff that comes after this. So this is the practice lab, the refund. How would you like the client to send a refund? So so when you get to this part, so you're not finished. So when you get to this part, they say how they want it. So we know that they want it, what? Direct deposit, right? Because they told us if we get a refund, we would like the deposit to go into our checking accounts, and they gave us the information. And the state, we're not, well, for this case, is a paper return. We don't care. And then you go in. So I don't know how far the lab is going to actually let me go. But then we do not have any feeds, so we skip over that particular screen. And then now we get to the bank information. So I think somebody asked me last night, or I think it was last night, how does the check-in information gets onto the form? The 1040, this is how it gets onto the form. So again, they told us it was a checking account, so we would select that. Did they tell us the bank name? Yes, they said it was Community Bank. So we would do that. And the neat feature that they have, we can just pull the refund. We don't even have to remember what the refund is. We just pull it over, and then that's the refund. And then it says the routing number. Do you enter the routing number, which is 111-000-025. And then you enter in the bank account number, which is 11-33-78-90. And then we do that again to confirm that we input the right information. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because if we put this in incorrectly, it'll either go to somebody else's account or the IRS will reject it. And basically, the person would now have to wait for a paper check to get their money. So we'll delay that. So if they want to do it in a second account, like they may say they want to split their return, they can do that. So say they wanted to do maybe $100 in another account. So this would now be 3603, then $100 would go down there. As long as it matched the federal payment, we're good. And then you just select checking or savings, the account information, and you can do that for up to 3 counts. All right, so that's how that information gets on there. Then this is optional, but sometimes if I have their driver's license, I throw that information in there for them. And then they have to do disclosures. All right, so this is all part of what you need to do. Please, please, please complete this. So it's taxpayer consent forms. So that when they want to sign a document, is letting us know that they consent. So we just say accept, and then we put in a number. So normally we just put their zip code in there. If you ask them for a number, it's just going to take too long. It's a number that they really do not have to use. They will never use again. However, if they say they deny and the consent, then we cannot electronically file their return. We just give it to them and they would have to mail it. Once they find that out, they normally change their mind and be like, oh, no, I want you to send it. Well, you have to consent. So basically the consent is saying that we're going to prepare the return. We're going to send the return to the IRS, and that they will use their data, but not their name. So they would just like use like how many people got federal refunds, EIC refunds, what was the income, medium income. They will use that type of information. They will not use their name. They will not be solicited by the IRS or anything or any third party to that degree. So and then we just continue. You put a pin in, so you just put pins in. Normally I put the same pin in for both of them. Then you make sure, as you can see, you have to put a date in there. It won't let you go any further. So this happens, and then it's going to be some set of questions that the person is going to fill out. That's going to be a separate intake form. It's just a questionnaire, and then we're going to have to put those answers in, and then you continue and continue. And then when you get finished, well, you know, we can't do anything. However, you just save and exit, and then we'll take it. Somebody will quality review your return. So basically that's like the full ness of the return from beginning to end. So the other two returns, we're not going to go into that detail, but I want you to, if you have any questions or you need me to go back over anything, please let me know. All righty. So, okay, I'm trying to see how we want to do this. So now we're going to go to our questions. Naturally, why you kick me out? Okay, so they kicked me out. So maybe they let me come back in. No. So this is how you find a client search. So I'm assuming it's this one that I did, because it has a PA next to it. I know when I did my test, I didn't do a PA. All right, let me see. Come on, come on. So I'm going to ask you, do you want me to keep my 1040 up and we look at the questions through the book? I just read them out to you that way? Or I wonder if I could put both up at the same time. I'm not that tech savvy. If there's a way. Well, I'm not going to try with the first one. I try with the second one. Try to split the screen. So what's the consensus? Do you want me to keep mine up so we can go through the questions together? But again, we're not answering the questions collectively. But I will stay on at the end in case you need to have some questions if you don't feel comfortable with your answer. So what you want me to do? You want me to keep mine up, or you want me to put the questions up?
I'm fine with you keeping your form up.
Okay.
All
right.
I'd prefer the questions. Can we just see them quickly again and then maybe go back to the form?
Sure.
Sorry, I have a tiny screen.
All righty. I'm gonna see if I can split it. Let me see. I don't want to lose it like I lost it last night. So let's adapt. So this is the questions. So the first one is Paul and Lisa's standard deduction amount is $30,750. True or false?
True.
Oh no, you're not answering now. You just what you call them. I'm sorry. I paused, but it's like whew, okay, you have a heart attack. All right, so the next one is Paul and Lisa total qualified education expense used to calculate the American Opportunity Credit is 300, A, B 950, C 1250, D 11250. Then the next question is Paul and Lisa Alexander can claim the credit for other dependents. True or false? Number 17 is, what is the total amount of the Alexander's federal income tax withholding? 1,900, 2,500, 3,760, or 4,660? Then it's the next question. The taxable amount of Paul's Social Security is $13,175. True or false? And then the last question is, which of the following statements are true? Qualified dividends are part of the total ordinary dividends. Qualified dividends qualify for lower long-term capital gain tax rates. Qualified dividends are reported on Form 1099 DIV, or all of the above. Does anybody else need any more time with this particular one?
No, thank you.
All right, so I'm gonna put the 1040 back up since we went over the questions. Just so you can look and see if you got the same answer that I have. That's how the top look. So I know we just concentrating on the income and the standard deduction. So that's that. So I'm gonna go to page 2 so you can see that. And basically it should look the same. Looks the same, then you should be able to answer the questions. If you have anything that looks different than what I have, then let me know. All righty. If we don't have any questions, moving right along. We're going to go scenario 8. We do have different, so it's a publication that is, where is it? I just had it up. I'll get it to you in a minute. It's a publication that has more examples. So when you say a work through form available, meaning something that you could print off and do it by hand, I'm not quite sure. Because I mean, this is the practice lab, so you can go back on to the practice lab and do some other training. And some other one. Well, we're gonna have a couple of more. I don't know what the Avalon version is. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the Avalon version is. You should have been when you go into the system. It shouldn't be the Avalon version. It should just be the text layer for Vita. And you can do all your practice in there. Like you can just practice on all different, like do different things. So I don't know if I'm quite understanding your question, but we can talk in a few. Let me just start everybody with basic, the next scenario, because we have 2 hours left. So I want to make sure everybody gets it, and including you. All right. Who would like to read scenario 8 for me? I think the recording is going to be on the cloud. I have to give it to the actual campaign. So I'll let you know. I'll take your name down and let you know let them know to get in contact with you. How they did that. How to get that. Who would like to read scenario 8 for me, please? Is everybody asleep? Y'all really want me to read? Like, come on, people.
I'll do it. I can do it.
Thank you. I know it's like 30 of y'all on this thing. Somebody, please help me out. Okay.
Amy is single and 48 years old. Amy has 2 children. Wendy, age 20, has a job and earned wage of $3,700. Kyle, age 27, is totally and permanently disabled and receives Social Security benefits of $5,500. Both children live with her all year. Amy paid all the costs of keeping up the home and more than half the support for her children. Amy received disability pension benefits, but she has not reached the minimum retirement age of her employer's plan. She does not have enough expenses to itemize for the 2024 tax year. Amy, Wendy, and Kyle are U.S. citizens and have valid Social Security numbers. They all live in the United States for the entire year. If she has any balance due or refund, she would like to use new bank and trust. Amy provided a voice check.
All right. Thank you so much for that. All righty. So, factors. She's single. She has 2 children. Wendy, age 20, has a job and she earned $3,700. Kyle is age 27 and he is totally and permanently disabled and receives Social Security benefits of $55,500. Both children live with her all year. She paid the cost of keeping up their home. She paid more than half of support for her children. She received disability pension, but she has not reached the age. She does not have enough expenses to itemize, and they're all citizens and have Social Security numbers, and they live in the United States the entire year. If she has a balance due, she would like hers to be direct deposit as well. All righty, so we saw the Social Security, so we're gonna go through run through the intake form. So we want to go run through the intake form. So we have her name, Amy Yager, her age, 5/16, her date of birth, 5/16/1976. She's retired. She does not have a spouse. She has her address. She stated that she is a citizen, and she's not legally blind or permanently or total disabled. All right. So we have direct deposit information. She gave us bank information, bank account information. She will also like $3 to go to the presidential election campaign fund. She's not interested in anything from the IRS in writing. She doesn't want anything about voting. She said she was never married, and she also provided us her children's information, their birth dates, their relations, how long they lived with them, their marital status, their citizenship, their residency, full-time students, and if they were permanently or disabled. And she said yes for one, no for the other. She provided us with her disability benefits form. She didn't have any other forms that she provided us with. All right, on this second page, she didn't have any forms, anything checked. Does anybody see any checks? I don't see any checks. So she does not have any other forms. And then she did say that she could speak and have a conversation, read the newspaper very well. Does one of her members have a disability? You or one of your members in your household have a disability? Yes. And neither wasn't a veteran or from the United States Armed Forces. So she didn't answer anything else in that, and we don't have any notes to take for her. All righty. So she gave us a 1099-R, which again has the pertinent information on it, the taxpayer PIN, her social, the place, the payer's name, the gross distribution, and the taxable amount. She did have federal withholdings, and this is a 3. So remember when I said this is 3, this can be possibly income for the earned income credit if the person is not retirement age, and she is not retirement age, and she has children that are her dependents. And then this is her check right here, her voided check. All righty. So again, the checklist, we went through the information. So we want to skip this page. So what is the filing status for her?
Head of
Single.
household.
Okay, so one person said head of household, one person says single. So why is it head of household?
She has 2 dependents.
She has 2 dependents. We know that for sure, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we know she has 2 dependents. And because of what? Their age. One has the age, 20. She has a job, but it's under the amount to claim the person. And then she's under age 24. And then we have Kyle, which is 27, but he is totally and permanently disabled. All right. And they both live with her. She paid for the cost of the home, and she paid for more over half of there to take care of them. All righty. So are there any dependents? We said that yes. How much you think her deduction would be? What's her standard deduction?
$29,200.
And again, we can find that on the page in the book, or we can find it on the thing. So head of household, 21,900. Okay. Because she says she's not disabled. If you say she didn't check, even though she's getting disability, but she says she's not permanently and totally disabled. Her child is. So then what kind of taxable income do they have? So what's her income? What's her taxable income that she has?
From the retirement plan.
Right. So she has the 1099 R income. However, what credits are she's eligible for? They say they, but it's only one person. What credits are they eligible for?
Other dependent.
Other dependent and possibly to earn income credit?
Well, her income isn't earned, correct? Right? Since it's
Well, in this case is the 1099. So remember when I spoke about the different codes for disability that you can change if someone is not is on disability and they're at their job, they haven't reached the disability age, which
I
she
thought
did
you said
not.
so is she disabled or is she not disabled?
She's disabled, but she's not permanently disabled. Like, so she's not going to get a
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
additional dollars in her standard deduction. However, she can turn her income into regular income, so it could be eligible for earned income credit.
So was that a code on the 1099?
Yes, the 3.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, the code 3. And then that's the question you have to ask. Well, what's the age of the retirement of your job? And she say, oh, it's such whatever the age is. Well, she's only 48, so she's not near the retirement age for that particular job. And it's stated in the notes. And that would be something that we would just ask the person as well. And then how to tax plan for a balance due. How to tax plan for a balance due. How to tax for a balance due. I'm stuck on that question. I don't know. I'm like, what? How to tax plan for a balance due? So we're gonna come back to that question. We're gonna come back to that one. All righty, so this is the questions. I'm gonna go over the questions, then we're gonna put her information into the system. And then we are going to go over it. So Amy's disability pension is reported as earned income wages. True or false? The most advantageous filing status that Amy can claim is single, married, filing separate, head of household, or qualifying surviving spouse. Which of Amy's children qualifies her to claim the earned income tax credit? It will be A, Wendy, B, Kyle, C, both Wendy and Kyle, D, neither Wendy nor Kyle. And we will determine that. We'll see how that plays out. Can Amy claim Wendy as a dependent? Yes, because Wendy meets the qualifying relative test. Yes, because Amy provides more than half of Wendy's total support. Yes, because Wendy's gross income is less than $5,050. All of the above. Amy anticipates a balance due for next year. Okay, so that's what the question is. Okay, so Amy anticipates a balance due for next year. What actions should she take to prevent having a balance due? So she can submit a revised W-4 pension to increase her withholding. She can make estimated tax payments, do nothing, and file her return as usual, or D, both A and B. So there are different ways. Like if you think you're gonna owe money, I mean, so you can go to your employer if you're employed and ask them for a W-4, and you can make some changes to your W-4 to try to increase the amount of tax they withheld from your wages. You can also do that with your pension as well as Social Security as well. So it's a W-4, but for pension and Social Security, is called a W-4P. All right, and you can make estimated tax payments. So again, like I said, you can not go to the IRS, but you can get the form off the IRS website that say quarterly payments, estimate tax payments, and you can provide them, send them a check, put your pertinent information so they know it's from you. and do it quarterly, and you can do it that way. Doing nothing is just going to result in you having to pay taxes, and then and that's it. So that's the ways you can do. You can go to your employer, increase your W-4, or on your W-4 you can put additional withholdings. Like you said, I want to withhold an additional $25 or $50 each pay. Like I said, you could do the same thing with the your pension and Social Security as well. All right, so we ready to go back into tax layer and start the return?
Yes.
Okay, because I was going to take that as a yes. I was going to say, I'm just going to talk to myself right now. So somebody asked, what is the deduction again? So the deduction probably is going to be the head of household deduction, which is $21,900, but we're going to go through it so we'll be able to determine. You'll see it on the actual 1040 as well when you put the information in. All righty. So let's start with the Social Security. Let's put that in. And this one should be a little easier and quicker because we don't have a lot of information to put in. So I'm gonna do this one with you. So we think it's head of household. So we're just gonna go set her off head of household. Again, but we discussed it. She has the 2 kids, and they both qualify her to be head of household because they live with her, and she also maintains the home and take care of them. So now we're gonna put Amy. We're going to enter her information in social. And again, we're taking this information off the intake form. All right, so the same questions. She can't be claimed. She's not over 18, but she does want the $3 to go into the election towards that. So we want to select that. None of the other statements apply to her. She lives 320 Main Street. So we want to continue. Put in the Pennsylvania return. Does she have any qualifying children? We already determined that she does, so we will put yes.
Do you mind going back for the address part?
I'm sorry, what part?
The address, the apartment, the zip code.
So what would you like to say?
The zip code and the state.
Oh, so the zip code is your zip code. So you just put your zip code in there. And once you put the zip code, the city and state will populate.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So where are we? No. See, I'm going ahead of myself. Back to basic. She has children. So let's begin with the children. So she has the dependents. So the first one that's down there is Wendy. Wendy's social begins with 13200. Then you can make up the last four. She's a U.S. citizen. Her relationship is the daughter. So when we get to this, is this person over the age 18 and a full-time student? So she said, no, she's not, right? So she's not a full-time student. And so we just gonna leave this blank. She's not the one that's disabled. So we just gonna leave that. She had income less than 50. How much they said her income was? Yeah, her income was only 3,700. So we want that doesn't apply. So basically, we're just gonna do her name, birth date, social. She's a citizen, the relationship, she lived with her all year. And that will be basically all the data entry that we would need to do for the daughter, Wendy. So we're going to continue. And then we want to add another dependent. So when you add another dependent, you just go and say add another dependent. And then now we're going to add Carl. And his social is 13300, and any last four numbers you want. And the same thing, he is a United States citizen. He is her son. He lived with her. Check if this person is disabled. He is. All righty. And his income, he receives Social Security benefits of $550. So again, that wasn't enough to take care of him, but he's still disabled. So we're going to check that. But so here we go. So we have the two children that they're qualifying. So we go through here. Anything else, we don't have that information. And then they do not have a identity protection pin. So we're going to continue with that. So now the one form that we have for her is the what? The 1099-R? Is that correct? So we're going to go to the 1099-R. And we're going to say begin. And so we're going to go add or edit a 1099-R. So we're going to say begin. So we're going to put in the payer ID, which is 567. And then 6 digits after that. And it comes up Rutherford Corp. So that looks good. And then the person, the recipient, her address, 320 Main Street, that matches up. So now we're going to go over here and put the gross distribution of 40,000. I just want to act up today. Just want to show off. All right. So it does not have taxable amount check, so we're not going to do that, but it does says it have the next box that is filled out is box number 4, and it says that it has federal income tax withheld of $2,000. Then 5 is empty, 6 is empty, so the next box that's has a number is 3. That is not. So everything else is empty. So now we're going to come down to this section. So do y'all need me to wait for you, or you want me to, am I going too fast? Because I want you to see.
Could we wait a little bit?
Yep, because I want everybody to see what I'm getting ready to do, because this is the main reason why we have this 1099-R.
So do we check that little box that says click here to report on form 1040A? Distribution code must be a 3.
Yes,
Okay.
that's, yeah. So that's why I'm stopping here, let everybody catch up, so you can put your information in, so we won't miss this, because this is the lesson, basically, for this scenario.
This
how
is
we-
a 1099 R form, correct? This
Yes.
next section. Okay.
Yep,
Thank
so
you.
this is a basic 1099-R information form. Where, like I said, make sure the distribution codes, we make sure we put the proper distribution codes in the proper box. And this is a 3, and she has dependents. So still need more time, or? I gave it 1 more minute. When the clock says 7:20. All righty. So, is everybody close to where I'm getting ready to go? F1 is 1099, so I'm just going to do a recap then. So we went and got the 1099-R form, just this basic standard 1099-R. We put in the pertinent information, the payer's ID, which populated the actual name for the payer's name, the recipient information, her address. Then we came over, we put in the gross distribution, and the taxable amount was the same. So we didn't have to do anything with that. No other boxes were checked, with the exception of the federal income tax withheld, which was $2,000. So we did that. So we come down to box number 7, and we put the distribution code in. Okay, so we put the distribution code in. And so now we want to click here and say check here to report on form 1040, line 1H. Distribution code must be a 3. So we verified that it is a 3. So therefore, we feel good about this. Like, we're doing a good return right now by checking this box right here. And then we want to say continue. And then we have some concerns. So they say they have some concerns. So you indicated you wanted to report the 1099-R distribution on line 1 of your return. You should generally only make this election if one of the following applies. This distribution was from a disability pension, and you have not reached the minimum retirement age set by your employer. If this is a disability pension, your distribution code should generally be a 3. The minimum retirement age may vary from employer to employer. You would need to check with that employer to determine if you have reached that minimum age or not. And number 2, is this distribution was made as a corrective distribution because you had excess salary deferrals and or excess contributions to a retirement plan. If neither of these apply to your 1099-R, you generally should not report this distribution on line 1 of your return. If these are correct, please select continue below. If not correct, please select cancel. So we're good, right? Because we know that she has not reached the number 1 applies to her. She has not reached the the retirement age for her employer at this time. So we're going to say continue. All righty. So this is going to ask that same question. Did you make an early withdrawal from a retirement account due to a qualified disaster? And that is no. And then we're going to say continue. And then we say continue. And then we say continue again. So that's the only income form that we have for Amy at this time. So we don't have any more income. We don't have any credits for her. So we can just go through, just so to get you comfortable, you can just go through each tab. No deductions, no credits. We don't have any adjustments to her income. So we're going to go there. No other taxes. She doesn't fit that, didn't bring any documents for us to think that. And then any other payments and estimates. No, she may have one next year if she decides to do maybe estimated tax payments, but this year she did not. So we're going to say continue. Any miscellaneous forms? No, we don't have any for this particular one. And we're going to say continue. So before we do that, I'm gonna go back to the health insurance. So federal section, then it's the health insurance. So this, again, question has to be answered for each return. So did your spouse or dependent have insurance under Affordable Care Act? They did not. So we just want to say no. And then we're going to say continue. And then a state return. And then let's say continue. All righty. So right now, this is the return, the 1040 for Amy. All righty. This is the return for Amy. So what we have, name, social, age is on here, her address. We're a presidential election campaign. We see that's elected. We have her as head of household because she does meet that criteria of being head of household. So she has who to claim? Wendy and Kyle. Right here's their information, their social, their relationship to her. So we know they don't qualify for the child tax credit, but both of them qualify for the credit for other dependents. Okay, so they both qualify for that one for her. So now, hey, look, opposed to the money being here in pensions annuity, the 40 is on what? Line H, other earned income, $40,000. So the $40,000 come over. Again, okay. Give me 1 minute, Mark. All right, so it's 40,000, right? Her total income and no adjustment, so still 40,000 for her AGI, or adjusted gross income. And then her standard deduction is what we said it was going to be head of household for 21,900, and you minus that out. So now she has taxable income of 18,100. And then we come over here and see that her tax liability is $1,844. So here's the $1,000 for of the other tax dependent, 500 for each child. So that's $1,000. Reduce the tax by 1,000. So now she is eligible for 800, well, obligated for $844. I'm not eligible, obligated for $844 is her tax liability. Now,
doesn't she qualify for the earned income tax credit because her son is permanently
we get
disabled?
ready to get there. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. You like, look, I know she's look.
I was like, I never missed it.
Right. So no, that's just tax and credits, right? So that's
Okay.
again, remember this section is always going to be tax and credits of
Gotcha.
credits will be non-refundable credits. Earned
Okay.
income credit is a refundable credit.
Okay.
So with that being said, that's going to fall into the payments because now that's what is going to be a payment. So she didn't have a W-2, but she did have $2,000 taken out of her 1099-R from federal tax withholding. So that comes down to 200. So the difference between those two, right? So now the question is the earned income credit, does she qualify? Yes. So right now, line 27, she qualifies for the earned income credit, which falls on line 27, which is $1,447. So after you do the difference and you add the 1447 back into the equation, makes it $3,447. And the difference between that and the 844 is now $2,603. So that was her overpayment or her refund. So she is eligible for a refund of $2,603. All right. So that's a refund. And she too wants it to be direct deposited. So we'll go through that portion. So somebody wants to know, why is Wendy a dependent? Can somebody other than me let him know why Wendy is a dependent? That's your knowledge.
She
So
meets the age, income, and support test.
Yes. So Wendy's 20. All right. So she's not 24. She, as far as the wage, she only earned $3,700. Her mother supported her, paid over half of her support, as well as kept up the cost of the home for both Kyle and Wendy. So that qualifies Wendy as being her dependent. Is that good or?
So I have a question. In TaxSlayer, we don't have to independently check off like apply for the earned income tax credit. It looks like it sort of does it for you. Like in
Yes.
TurboTax, you have to do it like as a separate thing. So
Right.
this just like includes it.
Yes.
That's where I'm getting confused, I guess, because I use TurboTax myself. So
Okay.
this
No.
just sort
So
of does it, everything all included. It's
right.
easier
So
for sure.
yes. So TaxSlayer. That's what
Okay.
I say is with TaxSlayer, answering the questions and putting in the correct information is crucial
Okay.
because it does
Awesome.
everything for you.
Okay. Thank
It's
you.
based off the information that you put into the system. So they're going off her age, right? They're going off the fact that she didn't, like we didn't put the information in for the money, but she didn't have, she didn't make the money to be 5,050. So she didn't go over that. She only made 3,700. So she still is a qualifying relative for child. Which one is it? She's a qualified dependent for her parent because her mother take care. Because Wendy cannot live off of $3,700 anywhere else. If she could, I want to know where she's living because I want to go there. So
Me
yeah,
too.
right? We all do. Like, yes. So if that did not answer your question, Mark, we can go to 4012 and find the information so we can walk through it that way. as well. So this is, again, page 1, page 2 of the 1040, and then you have the supporting schedules, which really is not a lot here for that because she didn't have any other income. No additional taxes. So yeah, so those are schedules. So I just like, get, just, get in the habit of just knowing where your information is being documented once you put it in. Yes, Anthony.
So I may have missed something here, but as I got to the end, it said that she doesn't qualify for an earned income credit because her earned income is less than or equal to 0.
Probably
Which
that
was her?
little box.
What did
Was it the
so,
IRA box? Is that what we're talking about?
No, so you went to, no, her income should be on line, her other earned income should be on line H. So from the 1099,
Mm-hmm.
so if you go to the 1099, you put the information in. So in box number 7, it should say 3. So her box
Right.
number 7 should say 3. And then you have to come down to it says rollover a disability and check the disability box. So check here to report on form 1040 line 1H. Distribution code must be a 3.
Gotcha. That was
So
the part that I missed.
okay. Yep. So that will automatically put the person income. Well, yeah, take the 1099 R income and put it on line 1H for as other income, so it could be eligible for the earned income credit. Because again, now, for one, if she was just by herself, she wouldn't be eligible for the earned income credit, so we wouldn't have to do that because she made $40,000. So but because she has the 2 children, that is where right. So that makes it earned income. Once we do that, now that's making it earned income for the person because, again, she's not at retirement age, but she's receiving this retirement disability pension. So that's a way for the federal government to give back to individuals that may have some type of disability, but, they have these children and, want to be able to take care of them or get additional like earned income credits towards that for their child and for them. All righty.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So we're going to look at anything else before we go to the questions. Okay. So I'm going to move this over. I know it got to be where I'm going to be able to do it. All righty. So Amy's disability pension is reported as earned income wages. True or false? Mark your books. The most advantageous filing status that Amy can claim is single, married, filing separate, head of household, qualifying survivor spouse. So in this case, even if you didn't know, we know it was not married, filing separate because she's not married and she don't have a spouse. So if the person passed, wasn't her spouse. So it's down to 2. But we know she has dependents that she pays for the cost of the home and over half of the support for them. So you kind of know where the head of household. comes in at. So which of Amy's children qualified her to claim the earned income tax credit? Wendy, Kyle, both, or neither?
If you look at the earned income credit form that gets generated, then it'll show you that the answer to that question.
It will. See if this works. Let me see. No, I won't let you. Just tell you what it is, but it won't connect you to the form. Finish this up and come back to that. Can Amy claim Wendy as a dependent? So again, yes, yes, because Wendy meets the qualifying relative test. Yes, because Amy provided more than half of Wendy's total support. And yes, because Wendy gross income is less than 5,050, or D, all of the above. So, and this lets you know why Wendy is a dependent based off what is documented in this answer key. And then Amy anticipates a balance due for next year. Which action should she take to prevent having a balance due? Submit a revised W-4P to increase her withholdings, make estimated tax payments, do nothing, and file her return as usual, or D, both A and B. All righty, so this is the form again. I'm gonna let y'all look at this for a minute. And then we're going to go to number 3. Then we're going to take the test. You'll be all ready for the test. And again, with this one, I didn't go all the way through. Do you want me to go all the way through to the end? But putting the direct deposit information on? I think I should do that one more time with y'all. So you'll just say continue, continue. And she would like to refund. You select that. State, we're not worried about that. No, it won't let me do anything. So paper return. We're not pay preparer, so we don't have to worry about that. So again, she said she provided us a voided check, so we know it's a checking account. Information, the bank name is New Bank and Trust. And I just want you to get comfortable with knowing that you have to go to the end of this return when you're doing it on site. Because it helps the quality reviewer so much by having this information. So the routing number. So I know a lot of people is not used to seeing checks, but for the check, the first set of numbers is normally the routing number, and then the second set is the account number. If you're not used to seeing a check, that's how it's set up. If you're unsure, make sure you ask the taxpayer or someone at your site if they're familiar with checks.
I've gotten to the point where no one else writes checks anymore.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But we do have
I still write checks.
You do write checks?
I do.
Okay.
My friends make fun of me, but I do.
Oh, really? The e-file is a paper check. But the
I
thing is,
don't trust the the payment apps. I think they're insecure. So I write checks when I can.
you know what? So, and I'm just the difference. I'm like, somebody might get my little check and then go and do something with it because the information is right there. So,
yeah, but you're insured with the bank, with the
Yeah.
Zelle and all those things. There's no insurance on it. You just get
oh no, I
screwed.
don't use those. No, I just
Yeah,
just go direct payment or PayPal. I will do PayPal because that's safer. But not on a lot of stuff, just on the basic. So, someone asked, the e-file is a paper check? Question mark. So you have to say e-file. You could do e-file with a deposit or e-file with a paper check. So if the person does not give you, if I'm answering this question correctly, understanding this question correctly. So if the person does not give you the banking information, then you will select, and let me see if I can go back. So there's an option that says e-file paper check. So that means we want to electronically file. So somebody does not have to do a direct deposit. So if they say, I want a paper check, but we still want to electronically file it. So e-file is the method of how we're going to get the information to the IRS. So e-file, you can do it, and they say they want a paper check, then they get a paper check, and we're not going to provide any direct deposit information. But if we select e-file direct deposit, then we have to put direct deposit information in the appropriate location. If not, we are not going to be able to e-file that return with that notation saying a direct deposit. We will have to go back and make it a paper check, and then they will send the paper check directly to the person's their mailing address. That's the mailing address that they use on the intake form. And then paper return is when we do the return and we physically give them the actual return to send to the IRS. And then you can say paper return with direct deposit, meaning that you're going to put the direct deposit on there, but we're still doing a paper return. We're sending it to well, not us per se, but we did the return. We prepared the return. We want to give them the copy to actually mail to the IRS for processing. Yes, so so what is the bank information? So for this scenario, the bank information is found on page 54 for this scenario right here. So the bank information will be, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, the bank information is found on page 54. So it says new bank and trust. And then it has the first set of numbers is the routing number. And then the second set is the account number in this instance for this particular scenario. Any other questions about this? Or about bank informations or where you could find anything, let me know. Hey, when I let me have experience for it. All righty, so are we ready for the last one? Scenario number 9. And then we can all take our test and be one step closer to going to sign up for advance. All righty. So I'm gonna save and exit. So we're good with this, right? So we went through, we did C. We did it to the end. Well, not the end. Well, see, erased it because I went back. But we select what we want to select. Because I would have to either go back and check this. And then I'm using somebody else's bank information, which we don't want to do. But I just want to get out of this thing. All righty, so we ready for number 9? This is going on. I'll wait till we go back.
Let's do this.
Let's do it. Thank you. All right, where my
Stretch.
I know where it go. Why does it always happen? I am stop sharing my screen for a minute. Why does this disappear on me every day? Everybody gets to the end and just wants to disappear on me. Every day. This is our break time, our 5-minute break. Go get a glass of water or something to snack on while I find my PowerPoint. Why does it leave me every day? Every day, he just wants to leave me. So we're going to have a 5-minute break right now while I bring this back up. Thanks for patience. I'll be down to the home stretch. Like, don't mess up in there. We're back in business, everybody. I found it. I just have to share my screen. Are you able to see my screen?
Yep.
Okay. Thanks. Well, now I just gotta find. All right. Now stuff is missing. I don't know. Won't worry about it. if you put something in the chat and I don't respond right away, I don't know what happened to my chat, but I don't want to lose everybody, so I'm not going to try and mess with it when we down to the wire. All righty. So who would like to take us home with reading this scenario for us? Irene Sanders.
I can do it.
Okay, wait a minute. Before you start, just let me, somebody asked me about the zip codes. For
Oh,
the
yeah, someone
primary,
had.
yeah, we
Yeah,
can use the zip code. Okay, yeah, somebody answered for me. Yeah, you can use the zip codes for the pens, the person, because I find if you ask them to give you a number, they will make that like very painful for you because they well, I can't use this number. Let me put it in there. Oh, you be like, oh, just give me a number, any 6 numbers. But you can use their zip code or 5 numbers. You can use the zip code and that works just fine. All righty. Who's my reader?
It's me. You ready?
Okay, ready.
All right. Irene is 33 years old and was married to Joel. Joel passed away on March 15th, 2022. Irene has not remarried. Irene's 10-year-old daughter, Penny, lived with her the entire year. Irene paid more than half the cost of keeping up a home and support for Penny. Irene took a distribution from her traditional IRA in June to pay for her family vacation. Irene was a full-time elementary school art teacher and earned $47,500 in wages. Irene purchased art supplies for her class out of her own pocket, totaling $350. Irene received a 1099-E for student loan interest she paid in 2024. Irene received a W-2G in the amount of $3,600 from the local casino. Irene paid child and dependent care expenses for Penny while she worked. Irene and Penny are U.S. citizens and have valid Social Security numbers. They lived in the United States for the entire year. If Irene is entitled to a refund, she would like to deposit half into her checking account and half into her savings account. Documents from the Adelphi Bank and Trust show that the routing number for both accounts is 111000025. Irene's checking account number is 123456789, and her savings account number is 987654321.
Yes. Okay. So we have a lot of little different things going on with Miss Irene Sanders. All right, so she's 33. She was married. Her husband passed away in March of 2022. She didn't remarry. She has a 10-year-old daughter. Her daughter goes to after school care or dependent care while she works. So that's another credit that we want to think about. And she went to the casino and she won some money. So she got a W-2G, some different type of income, but it's taxable. And she paid some student loan interest in 2024. And by her being a teacher, she wanted some supplies for her class. So she came out of her pocket and spent $350 on some educator expenses for her class. And then she went on a trip in July, or in June rather. And she took some money out on her IRA. So we got a lot of little things going on with her that we're going to have to document and look through. So y'all ready to go? Let's go. All righty. So again, this is the intake form that we're going to look at for each person. Now, it's different when they give you a narrative. So you kind of know stuff already, but we just want to make sure. So we just want to do a run through. So we have her name, her addresses here. Then we have the citizenship. Then we have, she wants a split return, and she gave us bank account information. She has that check. She also would like $3 to go to the presidential election campaign fund. The IRS is a no, and the voting is a no. She put down here that she's a widow, and then the year her spouse death was 3/15/2022. Also, she put down her information for her dependent, which is Penny, and her birth year and date, her information, her relationship, how long she lived with her marital status, she's single, she's 10. So yes, her citizenship, her residency, full-time student, and then she's permanently or totally disabled. So she completed that portion for us. Then let's see what kind of form she has. So let's see what type of tax form she is bringing to us. So she's had a job, so we should be looking for a W-2. She did take some money out of her retirement account, so we should be looking for a 1099-R. You come down, she said she had some gambling winnings, and so we should be looking for a W-2G to capture that information. And she didn't have anything else documented on there. Then she came over to the expenses that she paid. So she had student loan interest. So we should be looking for a 1098E form. And then she has some child care dependents. So we should be looking for that information as well. And she verbally told us that she did the school supplies and they told us the amount. So we can put that over there too, to document the notes, what it was. So that's be something that we would like document here, that she had educator expenses, and she said she paid $350, but we know it's a cap of 300, but we can still document the number that the person gives us, but we know it's going to be capped at 300 anyway. And we will also disclose that to them. And they know too as well. And then they don't have anything else checked off for her. And then the same, she's able to read and, carry on a conversation in English and read a newspaper. And then no one has the disability or was a veteran from the U.S. Armed Forces. And the other is blank. And no additional notes. So again, that's fine. So now we have her W-2. So the W-2 that we have for her is for the school district, saying that she is a teacher, basically, or she works in the school district. So, but EIN number, wages, federal withholding, Social Security wages, Medicare tax withheld. She also has a retirement plan. So box 13 retirement plan is checked. She does not have any additional boxes completed on this form. And then the state information, YS is your state, the tax ID, and this one they actually include tax income, which is okay. But still, we can't really do anything with the state is not set up in tax layer for the practice. Now, this is the W-2G for certain gambling winnings. Again, this is the casino, their payer 10 number. Her name is for her. Reportable wages, she won $3,600. She won it on February the 24th, 2024. It was the slots they withheld. So normally they don't withheld, but again, like I said, always check each box on this document, and especially if it says anything about federal income tax withheld, we want to capture that. Put that information in, then her social, and then some other identifiers that's on there. So this is the 1099-R. So as you're going to see, this 1099-R has a distribution of 1 and is an IRA. However, she went on a trip, so that's not included, but it was like, again, I'll go into it when we go in here so you can see like the different things. So federal, that's where it came from. Gross distribution and taxable amount is given, so that makes it a basic form. 1,800 was taken out for federal income tax withheld, and the distribution code is a 1. All right. This is the student loan interest form. So that's a 1098E. So we look at this, see that it's all completed out, has the proper information in the proper location, and her student loan interest received by a lender was $700. Now this is for Kitty Cloud Daycare. This is the dependent care form for her after school care for Penny. Penny is under the age, so she's only 10, so she's still eligible for this particular credit. She paid $4,000 in 2024. And make sure, again, when they give you the information, that it has an EIN, or they have to have somebody's social security number if it's a private person that took care of their child because they had to work. And that's $4,000. And this is her voided check that she provided for us. And again, the bank, the routing number is normally right there, and then the account number, and this number should correspond with the check number right there. Sometimes this is in the middle between the two, so we're not going to put that information in. We're going to put routing and checking account information. Now this is the 8888. So this is the allocation of refunds. So we're no longer doing saving bonds anymore. I think they told us that. So we're not gonna worry about savings bonds, but say if someone wants to, in this case, gives us 2 accounts. She gave us a checking and a savings account. We can split it up. The person deposit on the form 8888. Okay. What's the form number, everybody? You don't have to tell me, but know it in your head is a 8888. This is the form number. All right. If I repeat it a couple of times, you probably going to need it for the future. So 8888 is the form. Again, the checklist, I'm not going to go through this. So what is the filing status? What you think her filing status may be?
Head of household. Her husband died the previous year. Or 2 years ago.
Qualified surviving spouse.
Mm-hmm.
But didn't he die like 2 years ago? So doesn't that make her
Yeah.
not?
I don't know why, but it says it qualifies for up to 2 years.
It is
it'll say
Oh, is it
whether-
up to 2 years?
It is
Okay.
2 years. Uh-huh.
It's 2 years. Okay.
Yeah, it's 2 years. Then, so how much was their deduction? So that deduction is the same deduction as married filing jointly. So that would be the $29,200. And then she has taxable wages, gambling, and retirement. Is that correct? Is all of this income listed taxable?
Yes.
Okay. What credits are she eligible for? Earned income credit, child tax credit, other dependent credit, dependent care credit.
Only the child tax credit, and dependent care credit, and I think also the earned income credit.
All right, we want to check
Isn't her
that.
total income going to be over the earned income credit or no?
So she made $47,500. Oh, see, I don't want to start going back through doing these forms and we lose it again. And I lose it again. So let's see. So can anybody tell me what page the earned income credit information is on so I can try to throw it up real quick?
I-4.
I-4?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she qualifies for an earned income credit.
Right. I just want to, no, please don't. Where you go? Where you go? Oh, please don't tell me I knocked it out again. Okay. All righty. So again, looking at the earned income, this form, this is the rules for everyone. So she has a social security, both of them do, they valid. We know her situation as far as she's not separated. So they both meet this. So now we're gonna go to have a qualifying kid, they under 25. They must meet with a B. Child must meet the relationship, age, residency test, and joint return test, but not the support test. So the child doesn't have to be your dependent. Qualifying child can be used by him. So she meets that. So now the next one is the income. So right now she has one child, and the married, if filing jointly, which that's basically what she's going to end up being, is 56,004 for that. So she should get the earned income credit. But I'm gonna let y'all figure it out. I'm not gonna
So
tell
it
you.
says earned income and AGI, so her AGI doesn't put her over it.
So we'll see
Like
once we put this thing. So it's
okay.
the 47,500.
Yeah.
Then she has a couple of adjustments. So that's the
Does her
3,600.
unearned income doesn't put her over that too?
We're gonna see. That's why we got to
Okay.
put it all in.
Gotcha.
I know the answer, but I just want us to figure it out together. I'm gonna act like I don't know anything. So we're gonna come back. We're gonna answer that question last after we do it. Is she eligible for the earned income credit? Okay, so what adjustments are she eligible for? So we know she's eligible for the what? She did the student loan interest, right? Yes, somebody? Please.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, okay. And then
The
you want to get
educator one.
and yeah, exactly. So when we doing taxes, we doing it for the tax year. So I know it's 2025. However, this tax return is for 2024. So 2022 is the 2 years will make the for her. The 2 years will be for 2024 will be 2 years. It seems weird, but yeah. All right. So are the distribution penalized? If so, how much? So normally if you take out money that is for fun or for like you just want to pay some bills, so it's not exempt. So you take out money from your 1099, what will be the penalty?
It'll be the 10% and then tax.
Yes. And then how to split a refund?
That
88.88.
You guys are the best. Yes, the 880, 88, 88. All the eights, the 4 eights. That's how you split a refund. All righty. So let's look at the questions. So we have Irene is required to report her gambling winnings on her return, true or false. Irene, most advantageous filing status is head of household, married filing jointly, married filing separately, qualifying surviving spouse or QSS. Irene is not required to pay an additional 10% tax on the early distribution from her IRA, true or false. Irene qualifies for which of the following credits? Child tax credit, child independent care credit, both A and B, neither A nor B. Then Irene should use form, you know that form, we just said it, to split her refund between her savings and checking account. And what amount can Irene claim as an adjustment to income for the supplies she purchased out of pocket? All righty. So those are the questions. So now let's get into the actual go into TaxSlayer and start going doing the information in TaxSlayer, and I'll join y'all in one moment. So y'all start putting that in. I'll find it again. So y'all should be putting the information in. I'm gonna catch up with y'all because it knocked me out. So I gotta go back and start all over. So would y'all like me to actually go through it or just use the one that I already have? Complete it. What would be better for you?
Going
I don't
through it.
mind either way.
Find it. Not gonna be daycare. So for the W-2G, you will find that in other income. So if you was looking for that one, you'll find that W-2G in other income. And in W-2G gambling winnings, you select that one.
How do we get to the W-2G form?
Okay, so you're gonna go under income and then other income all the way at the bottom. You see it? If not, I can go back.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. So let me know when the majority of you get to um the daycare one. Because I don't think we went through that one together. Dependent care. Yeah, quick file. That's what I was looking for earlier about the quick file. I did want to show you a quick file, but I couldn't find it. I mean, when I did it, oh, so now it comes out, but before it didn't come out for me when I first did it earlier today. But when I get your attention, everybody attention back, we start discussing, I'll show that, how to do quick file. Somebody said complete, please. I didn't understand. What was the complete, please? Did I miss something?
I think it was in response to you asking if you wanted to
Oh,
complete the
okay.
form.
Thank you. I was like, thank you, Anthony Z. All right. So I'm to the part where the last thing I have to put in is my deduction. So let me know if when the majority of you get there so I can do it. So we can do it together since we haven't never did that before. What's the census? Do we need some more time to put some to get to that last? form, the daycare form? We need some more
I'm right.
time.
I'm right now filling out the 1099R and the 1098 information.
All right. So we're going to hit the 8:30 mark. So I'm gonna give like a couple of more minutes. So, and I just need, people to let me know where you are in the process. So I don't want you to miss anything. But I want to respect everybody's time. But I'll stay on like I did last evening for any questions or any additional training before you go and pass the test with 100 and sign up for events. So let me see. So when you go through the 1099-R, you go through one, and it says penalty. So it's going to be a retirement plan. So you want to pick the type of plan as a retirement plan. And then it said, did you make early withdrawal from the retirement account due to qualified disaster? You want to say no, because that wasn't the case. And then you say continue. And that should be it for that. Okay, one more minute. If I started 1 more minute, will everybody be okay, or you still need 2 more minutes? Okay. So For the 1098E, that's the student loan interest. So that's going to be under deductions. And then you see deductions, and then you see where it says adjustment, because student loan, remember, if you try to like put it in like what's adjustments, what's income, you can kind of like manage your way through the tabs. So this isn't a deduction, this is an adjustment, and you're going to put the educator expense as well as the student loan interest falls under this particular one. So you just want to go and say educator expense, and then you're going to put the amount that you can put in, and it's up to $300. That's all you can put. And then the student loan interest is near the bottom, and then that's reported on the 1098E, and you're going to go in and put that dollar amount. So it's like for those, you just actually just putting the amounts in. You don't have to put in the EIN number and all that stuff for that. Right. So I did get some people. I know I'm dealing with 30-something people, but I did get a couple of people and a thumbs up that's saying that, you're good. So because, again, of time, I'm going to go to the credit under deductions. And it says child and dependent care credit, education credit, mortgage interest credit, etc. So we know that we want this one, which is the child care credit. So this is the child independent care credit. Thank you. So that's a form 2441. So let me go find it. All righty. So again, we have to have the provider identification number. So you want to select on that. So everybody should have selected on that. So now we want to do the EIN number, which is found on the right-hand side of top of the form. On this particular form, it could be different all over. And the provider name is Kitty Cloud. Kitty Cloud Daycare. Okay. And that's their address. All right, so we're going to put that in. We're going to select the state, which I don't know where that state came from. So I'm just going to put my zip code in. And then it's going to be Pennsylvania. All right. So on this part, we do not need to provide the telephone number. All right. So that's that. So that's the information. So now we're going to go to next. Continue rather. And then now we have to do dependents. So if you had multiple dependents, then you will have to select which one dependent. In this case, she only has Penny. So we want to select Penny. And then the amount that she paid. So the amount she paid for Penny stated on this document is $4,000. So now we're just going to put the $4,000 there. All right. So you would select all, in this case is only one, and then we're going to do that. Say continue. Voila. They made it so simple. This used to be a little bit more complex over the past years, but they really made it simple. And if you had additional providers, maybe you had a child that was in another daycare, then you would just add the provider and do the same thing. So now we have to answer some questions. Did you receive any dependent care benefits from your employer that are not reported on your W-2? So they did not discuss that. So we're going to answer that no. Were you or your spouse unable to work due to being disabled or enrolled as a full-time student? We know that she worked full-time, and they said the reason why she provided this daycare was because of she worked. Did you pay any care expenses for 2023 and 2024? Again, that was not in the notes, so we're going to say no. All right. Let me say continue. Continue. And that ends that portion of that particular credit for little Miss. Who is this for? Her daughter, Irene's daughter. Right. So then the next thing, you know, we always got to fill out is for the health insurance. So they did not mention anything about the Affordable Care Act. So we're going to assume it's no for this scenario. And then we go to Pennsylvania, which we're not doing, but that will be the next step. It's going to tell us to make corrections. We're unable to make corrections, so we just want to keep going on. So right now it's saying that this comes up a warning. So they gives us warnings and concerns. So that's good, but they're asking, did she has any gambling losses? All right. And if she did have any, it could be on a Schedule A. The Schedule A is what people use to itemize deduction. All right. So she's not itemizing, and she did not mention anything about any losses. So in this case, we're, we don't have anything to go by. However, you cannot claim your losses. Your losses has to be equal to or less than your winnings. So some people say, well, I lost 20,000, but they only won $2,000. You can't do that. The most that you can put if you were itemizing is $2,000 in gambling losses. So that's one thing, to know and keep in mind. But it does help out on the state, and it's kind of hard to show you how because we don't have access to the state at this time. However, when you get to your site and you have somebody with gambling, you should go to your site manager and ask them to help you through that process so you can give that person the best return possible. All righty. So this is it. This is our last 1040 for this particular course. So we have Irene, her name. We have her penny information. So we have her qualifying. So she is a qualifying surviving spouse. The presidential election is there. So that should be checked for you, as if you checked it on. When we were doing a data entry for her. This is Penny's information. She qualifies for the child tax credit. Her age is 10. Then we have her amount. So this is where you want to see her amount. So this is her W-2 income right here. Then you come down. She had no additional income. Then she has the IRA distribution, which of 9,000. So that comes down there. And then she has the additional income of the 3,600. Now, you know where this 3,600 came from?
Gambling.
Gambling. Yes. So somebody asked me, how did I get $4,000 for the daycare? Right. So on page 64, of the book, it is along with a voided check, it's the receipt or I guess the statement. I'm sorry. So it's the statement. It says invoice, but it's the statement of the money that this particular Kitty Cloud daycare received from Irene in 2024, and it was $4,000. So that's where the information came from. So it came from the actual document that was provided in the package. So someone asked, why is it 3,600 for gambling? Let's go back and see. So we get the gambling from the 32, from the W2G. And if you look on the box 1 where it says winnings, it's $3,600. So that's where that money come from. So winnings, that's money, that's income. So that's why that is $3,600 for the gambling, because that's how much person won. I said page 64, yes, for that shows the Kitty Cloud daycare. That's in the book. That's in the test booklet. So it should come on page 64. But that's all I print. I don't have the book. I just printed it out. So it should be the last page of income for that particular scenario.
I'm a bit confused. You mean
Okay.
in publication 4012? This is what you mean?
What'd you say?
From publication 4012, this is where you got the information from?
No. The 4012 is a book that is a reference book. The 6744 is the actual test book.
Oh, okay, 6744. Okay, page 64 of 6744. This is where you got the information from?
Yes.
Okay, got you.
Yeah, so that's where you want to get the daycare information from. So I put no. So she didn't pay. She did. So all this on this document just says what she paid in 2024 for childcare. It has said, didn't say anything about if she had a balance in 2023 that she actually paid in 2024. So that was the only way that would take place. So right now she only paid $4,000 in 2024. So the question is no. The answer is no to that question. See, I'm getting tired. Any other questions? Because got it. Good. All righty. So, all right. So the 3,600 is the gambling. So there's a total of $60,100 is her total income. Now we want to do the adjustments. So we have the $1,000 in adjustments, and then we come down to. We know where we got the adjustments from.
700 and 300, the student loan and educator expenses.
My star pupil, one of them. I got a lot of them. So yes, that is correct. So that's where that $1,000 came from. So now that reduces, or it says adjusted gross income is now $59,100. And now we're going to minus out the standard deduction for the QSS, which is $29,200. So now her taxable income is $29,900. All right, so that's her taxable income. So we're going to go to page 2, and we're going to find out what's her tax liability. So her tax liability from the start on line 16 is $3,127. Then she has some credits. So we have the child tax credit or credit for other dependents. So now that's $2,000, which is the max that you can get for a child. So that reduces it down. And then we have amount from Schedule 3, line A, which is the $600, which is basically oh my gosh, I lost my train of thought. So the $600 would be the dependent care credit. Sorry. So that's $600. So that's a total of $2,600 that she has in credits. However, she did take that money out, right? And she was not eligible. She wasn't 59 and a half. So she had a 1. So now she's going to get other taxes. So now she's going to get that 10% tax, right? So now that's tax of $900 that she's going to get on the 1099R, so she can go on that vacation. So in June. So now that brings her total tax liability to $1,427. Okay, so but guess what? She did take some tax out. So she had some tax taken out of her W-2, which is $3,200. She had $1,800 taken out of her 1099s, and then her other forms, she had $600 taken out. So that's a total of $5,600. She's not eligible for the earned income credit, and she's not eligible for the additional child tax credit. So the difference is what she actually had deducted minus what she actually owed, but she's still getting a refund. So she's getting a refund of $4,173. All right, so that's the answer to that particular question. So if you got this particular information on your form, then you are you're well. You should be able to answer the questions. So let's go back to the questions. All righty. So, and again, write this in your book. So this way we're not sharing the answers. But again, if you stuck on something you don't feel comfortable with your answer or how we got to it, I will stay on and we can discuss it. All right. Irene is required to report her gambling winnings on her return. True or false? Irene, most advantageous filing status is head of household, married filing jointly, married filing separately, qualifying surviving spouse. Irene is not, remember those words, is not required to pay an additional 10% tax on the early distribution from her IRA. True or false? Irene qualifies for which of the following credits? Child tax credit, child independent care credit, both A and B, neither A nor B. And then Irene should use that wonderful form she should use to split her refund between her savings and checking account. And then the last question is, what amount can Irene claim as an adjustment to income for the supplies she purchased out of pocket? $0, $300, $325, or $350? That is the last of that one. So I'll leave that up there for a minute. So how comfortable are we with taking the quiz, or not the quiz, the test, the certification? Do y'all feel comfortable? Y'all feel prepared?
I feel mostly prepared.
Okay. We want you to feel 100% prepared, not mostly. So
I'm signed up for advanced on Saturday, so
hey, I'll see
I
you
better
there.
pass it.
I'll get to meet you in person then.
Oh, are you doing the in-person one at Temple?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, I'll be there. I'll be there. I heard there's lunch. That's why I signed up in person.
Yes, it is lunch. Now they better bring it, but yes, we do serve lunch.
Also, I'm just with my husband all day in the apartment otherwise, so
Okay, so come on out.
I'm looking forward to Saturday.
Okay. I'm looking forward to meeting you in person, Kelsey.
You as well.
Okay, anybody else? I got a couple of people say they feel good. So my next question is, does everybody know to go back onto the link and learn? Because you should already have an account set up, because you should have did the code of conduct, or yeah, I work in HR, so some of my stuff come out crazy sometimes. So it's not the code of conduct, the standards, and the other one that you needed to have prerequisite prior to coming there. So do you feel comfortable So you need to go back onto there and take the basic certification. So hopefully everybody was writing the answers down in the book when they was doing it, when we was going through each one. Any questions? So the next step is to enter your answers into Lincoln Learn. You want to pass with 100, and then you're going to go sign up to get advanced certified and become a quality reviewer. No pressure at all.
How do you become a quality reviewer?
So basically, and this right here is a feedback survey. So please take a camera, scan it, and give your feedback. So this is, so we know what to do going forward. How you become a quality reviewer. So basically what normally happens is you have to be advanced to be a quality reviewer. And if this is your first time doing taxes, well, it depends on what your background is. So if you tell me.
Oh, I would do it next season, not this season.
Right. Okay. So
yeah,
so
not for this year.
okay. So if this is your first year, you feel comfortable, so what you do is you'll talk to the site manager and you let them know, hey, I feel comfortable doing quality review. So we'll give you like a couple to quality review. Let's see what you do. First, we look at yours and make sure you're not making any mistake on your particular return. And then if we feel comfortable about, oh, this person got, a good grasp of, what goes where and how to catch things, we have you do a couple trial. And then once you pass that test in-house, we'll say, oh, you can be a quality reviewer. And, you could just concentrate on quality reviewing the returns after they're done completely.
Thank you.
All right, so Lincoln Learn. So Lincoln Learn, you should have set it up. Let me see, what's the Lincoln Learn? So Lincoln Learn, I'm going to put in the chat. To get in Lincoln Learn is link and learn. Well, I have this on cap, so it's all one. Let me see. Link and learn. You don't have to put cap. Link and learn certification.
Hey, if we don't do well on the test, is there a way for us to retake it?
Right. So with the same, so it's link and learn certification. That's the link. That's what you go on to, and then you just set it up. Do a username and a password. Well, it's your email address, and do a password to get in. So if you don't do well, I think they give you 2 or 3 tries under that email address. And if you don't get it, then you will need to go and set up another email address and go in, set it up with another email address and try again. But what is it that you think you may have an issue with? Because I can kind of talk you through some stuff after this. So, okay, so once you go on, all right, so let me see if my Lincoln Learn didn't expire.
CoAssemble had instructions for setting up the Lincoln Learn too. Like if you go into the CWF
so you go under
trainings on
Lincoln
CoAssemble.
Learn, and then you go under certifications. Okay, refresh. Let's see if it'll refresh me without having me go. Okay, so then you'll go in, and then you say, well, mine's already did it, but you would sign on basic, and then it would say, do you want to start the test? And then you would just say start. But since I already completed it, it's not going to ask me now. Does that make sense? So you asked me to go back a slide or two. What slide? So yeah, you can retake the test. I think, like I said, you can retake the test up to I think it's 2 or 3 times under the same email address with your same name. But you should pass. You're not going to pass. Talk to me. Talk to me. Don't hang up after 9 o'clock, because I just want to see where it may be a disconnect. There's instruction with Link and Learn. I don't have the instructions. I only just have the I'm so sorry. I guess this is one of the things that you do it so much that you don't pay attention to the instructions. So what exactly do you need, Mark? Because if you went in to do the volunteer standard of conduct and the intake, you should be using the same login to get to the basic. Did you go to the last slide? And so, I mean, the account, yeah, link it. You should have already have an account with Link and Learn. Let me take this down. You should already have an account with Link and Learn, because that's the way that you had to do your other prerequisites, that you should have did your prerequisites. Tell me when to stop, Mark. You said that slide. The question slide? Or this slide? Okay. Okay. Yeah, so just go in and take the test. Let me know how y'all did. I don't know, y'all can let me know. Well, if you come to the advance on Saturday, you can tell me in person. So yeah, but you should already have something set up with Link and Learn, because again, you should have done those other two, the intake and during the intake form and the standard, the qualifications prior to coming to this class. So is Link Learn certification. I'm sorry, is Link Learn certification. I think I put the wrong one. Is Link Learn certification. Yeah, it's linklearncertification.com. Linklearncertification.com, and you should be able to set it up from there. Okay. All right. Thanks, Anthony. Glad you got 100. So that's it. So you don't have any questions or you need me to hang on, let me know. But I'm here for you. But again, scan this code. Let me get this code. Give them some feedback. I hope if it's negative feedback, I don't want it. Say no. Give me whatever feedback. But just give us the feedback. And have a good night as well, Joseph. And it's linklearncertification.com. And we're going to take it from there. So I want to thank everybody. Thank you so much for this. Again, thanks for bearing with me with my I don't know why it dropped off each night, but for whatever reason, I must have hit a button. But thank you for your patience. I know it's just straight 4 hours of talking. However, I just want to thank you guys. You guys were great. Good questions. And
I
thank
just,
you.
oh, I'm sorry.
Sure.
I just had a question. Like, I was a little confused about the scenario 7. Like, what's the difference between like qualified dividends and like total like ordinary dividends?
Okay, so let's go back to 7. All right, so give me a minute because my papers are a little bit disheveled at this time. 7. So let's go to the 4012. I'm just trying to find this real quick. Can't find anything quick on how. When you need something, it's like, okay.
Take your time.
Where is it at? I can find it any other time. Why can't I find it? All right, let me just see. There's no search in here. No search. Give me a second. And it's a simple answer. I just cannot think of it right this second. All right, somebody have another question while I work on getting this question together? Anybody else have another question? No?
I have another question. I'm just wondering, like I was told as an intake specialist, I only need to get basic certification, but would you recommend that I like get advanced certification as well?
It depends on what you want to do. Like if you want to, what the heck is this? I'm so sorry. I got papers. They were neat in the beginning. Depends on what you want to do with that. So advanced, basically will give you some more information on what forms to look for. But by you doing intake, you're just basically doing the intake process. But doing basic gives you advantage because you know what to look for. You know what I mean? So say somebody come in and say itemize, that's what you will learn about people itemizing. So then you will know what to look for on those forms. So, and then you can maybe do some taxes as well. But it does give you an edge over knowing what forms that you need and what the person needs to do by having even a basic certification.
Okay.
For that. Okay, this is embarrassing. I cannot find my document to tell you. I can't find it. I'm looking. I did a whole little thing about all this stuff. Anybody else have any question? And who was asking me that question? About the dividends? Miriam?
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else have anything? Waivers, cash income.
I pass, so I will see you on Saturday.
Good. That's right. You better pass.
I just did, so
Good. Somebody did.
I'll see
I
you
got a
Saturday.
90. Thank you. All right.
I
see
got
you then.
96, so but I'll still see you Saturday.
Did you go through to find out which one you got incorrect?
I'm about to.
Yeah,
I
just
missed
see
something,
which one you
obviously.
got
Yeah.
incorrect. All right. I hate being not prepared for that because again, I have that information. It's just not embedded in my head at this particular time. So if you direct me your email in the
Yeah,
chat,
I can give you my email.
I will get back to you. Probably as soon as we hang up the phone, I'll probably find the information to give to you. How can you get stuff to be so just by turning pages on a document? So anybody else have any questions? Anybody else have any questions? Because if not, you can leave. I mean, you don't have to stick around.
Just very quickly here.
Sure.
The advanced exam, is it, I guess, how similar is it to the scenarios we just did here? Or is it just like more information
It's
like
more
there was more?
information. So basically, you're going to get the same type of documents, because income documents is income documents. However, with the itemized, you're going to have to learn a couple of things about what is that you can itemize and what you can't itemize. What about self-employment? You're going to learn about that, what you can claim and what you can't claim. So it's like different things like that. So it just takes it up another level of knowledge. How when I said when you do a 1099-R, you can if it says taxable income is in there, then it's basic. But if it's not, we're gonna learn how to do that, like do a simplified method that the average person doesn't know how to do. So it's a little bit more detailed.
Got it. Is it 9 scenarios as well, or a bit shorter or longer or more than 9?
You know what? I don't know. It might be equal. I think for some reason it may be equal. I don't have the information right in front of me.
Yeah.
But it's about the same. And if you have the book, it's like right after basic. So even if you go online and look at look at it, is right after basic, that information.
Got it. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks so much. I'll see you on Saturday.
All righty.
Have a good evening.
You as well. Thank you so much again. So Mary, I'm still looking for it, but I written down your email address because I know as soon as we hang up,
Okay.
I'm going to find it. So is it in reference to that question though?
Yeah, I think it was question 19. I feel like I know the answer, but I just want to make sure. But Yeah, I think I'll hop off now and you can email me, but thank you so much. You're a really great instructor.
Oh, thank you.
Um,
Thank you for that.
Are you gonna be instructing the class on the 25th for the advanced training?
That's on at Temple.
Yeah.
I will.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll see
I'm
if I
doing
can.
Temple 11th, 18th, and the 25th, all advanced.
Okay, I'll see if I can go to that one. But thank you so much.
Okay.
Have a good
You're
evening.
welcome, but I'm gonna get back to you this evening.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Philip, you have anything?
No, that's all. Thank you for the session tonight. I
You're
appreciate it.
welcome. Did you take the test?
I am right now. I am right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me know how you do. All right, Mark, you had anything else to say, or are you good? Okay. All righty. Did you take the test? No, not yet. All right. Make sure you don't wait too late to take the test. And I hope you marked everything down. But you should do well. I'm getting ready to end this.